UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf Commander Wolf Tan. I'm your werewolf. We are gathered here today to talk about a very serious thing going on in the media, specifically all medias, from stories to the news to discussions within whatever circle that you will be in.
Very serious
Uh-oh.
thing
You might have
going
to.
on.
I'm low on YouTube. That's me. Sorry.
Yeah.
How's that?
Okay. Well,
Much better.
Since
Okay.
Brian decides to lend his voice, let me do the introductions now. But before I do that, let's talk about what we're talking about this topic today. We're talking about token representations or tokenization. I mean tokenization, not tokenization.
Right. Well, with
There.
tokens, like what you put in the arcade machines here.
Come on,
And we're
man.
not-
Come on, guys. I said tokenization, not tokenization. We're not talking about J.R. Tolkien.
No elves or dwarves here today.
Though you guys are welcome to really talk about that because they're trying to change your species too.
Oh, yes.
Anyways, since we're all talking, I might as well introduce the wingman, our official wingman today, who is joining us in place of Trooper in case if he doesn't show up for the rest of the stream. He's got other things to do. I'm not going to talk about his business either, but we have the Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gilmartin for the first time ever.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? I am your Maverick Hunter Saint, and I'm here today for the very first time. Looking forward to chatting with all of you guys and sharing my thoughts. And, Wolfie, take it from here.
Okay, and joining us today, as always, for these type of topics, and we all love to hear her roar, is the Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size.
Hey, everybody out there. This is Leia Plus Size, your lovely Lady of Valor, and I'm glad to be with all of you today. I'm very happy to be here with Brian for the very first time, so I'm looking forward to hearing his thoughts and from yours as well. And yes, we are dealing with a serious subject that we must talk about because it's affecting every aspect of our culture, from, as the Wolf Commander mentioned, from films, television, books, cartoons, children books, and believe it or not, for myself, even Barbie. So, we're going to be serious, but as always, we'll be serious, but we're going to have fun as well.
So let me welcome to the chat, and our dudes are slipping. I only see two ladies. We have Melissa Harris and Sons with her traditional hi, and we have Eloise Duado saying hello. Come on, guys, get your butts over here. Eloise, if you can, or Melissa, if you can, share this stream if you like, so we can get some people in here. I see only two people. So, to begin, oh, hey, Victoria. Yeah, this is for you too, Victoria. Because, speaking as minorities, she's a minority herself. Yeah, this is definitely an interesting topic, especially Brian Gilmartin. He's a minority too. He is the quote unquote straight white man.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm officially, guys, white people are officially minorities too. They are being treated like ethnic minorities. Hey, Samuel.
They are now.
Oh, dude, I'm glad you're safe. He said he got home from a really bad traffic jam. Oh my goodness.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, we feel you.
I can kind of imagine, but at the same time, I wouldn't really know what would be a really bad traffic jam, is all I'm saying. Hopefully nobody got hurt.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it.
So yeah, I'm going to say this right now. I officially count white people as minorities too. And I've said this many times in many a stream. If need be, if there's going to be a Million Man March for white folk, I'll be right there locking elbows with them. With the music playing, why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? You know, hippies are welcome. Just don't get crazy on us. You know what I'm saying? And watch yourselves. Watch yourselves. You know, you can dress as well. Okay, dress modestly as you like, but wash yourselves. I know y'all don't believe in all that washing. Yeah, y'all got some weird beliefs. Is all I'm saying. I love you, but I gotta have a shower. I gotta have a shower. Come on now, wash
Yep.
yourselves. Anyways, so what brought up this topic? Eric July himself, or Young Ripper 95, if you will. Uh, Victoria has an interesting thing to jump off of too. But yeah, Eric July's clip video that he had shared recently about this encounter with this one lady. I forgot her name. Don't care to know. Don't care to remember. But obviously it was Twitter drama. But these white ladies are getting very bold on trying to talk down to us brothers and
Oh
sisters.
yeah.
They got a big
Oh yeah.
head on their shoulders to say what she said to Eric July. Now I don't care if she deleted the comments or not. That was her words and her words. So she's under the impression that since Eric July has Luke Cage in his collection, Samuel, the gift that keeps on giving. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Let me look away from the chat to get my thoughts straight. So let me start over. So Eric July has a comic book of Luke Cage in his background, and she has this idea that just due to the fact that Luke Cage is in his background, he likes Luke Cage because he's black. That's
What?
dumb. That
Oh,
she's under the
good.
impression that black folk like black superheroes based on the principle that of their skin color, if you will.
Oh, good grief.
And Eric argued the opposite. Basically, he argued that it's not the case. He basically said that Luke Cage is a superhero that he digs. He digs his principles. He basically liked Luke Cage for the human aspect for him, not the skin color. He is a he's also a well written character, a well written black character to boot, if you will.
Yeah.
That's the same thing I would push on my end if I ever talked about John Stewart, who's also black, or Black Lightning, or even Stag Shock. It's not because they're black characters, it's because they're superheroes and well written superheroes. Hey Fiona.
Mm.
Um even say Mexican superheroes like what's his name? Vibe from the Flash, Cisco, or even the comic book adaptation of Vibe. Like I like him because of his powers or what kind of character he is. Like in the case of Cisco, I liked him because he was a tech wizard. And I call him that. That's my new nickname for anybody who's like really good with technology and stuff, or at least the short end of it is the tech whiz. So I call him the tech wizard because he's very intelligent. He's very intelligent. He solves his problem with his wits. I never really cared for him being vibe all that much, but I was willing to go with that until the Flash started getting crazy by making every non-powered character into a powered character, which I was like, oh my goodness, what is up with this? You mean to tell me these characters cannot survive on their own unless they have superpowers? Are you telling? Is that what you're telling me? Like I like Caitlyn because she was also a tech wizard too, but also a medical physician. She was their medic, if I recall correctly, right? She was a medic, right? She was also a medic,
Right.
right? She doubled as one, right? Because I know she was a quantum theorist, right? A
Mm.
particle physics scientist, just like her husband, her late husband, Robbie. Y'all can tell me in the comments, but and that's like I said, in that same token, she was also a physician. Is all I'm saying. She was Barry's nurse, if you will, and like I said, I didn't need her. Like I said, I didn't need her to be freaking Killer Frost to make her cool.
But
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Thank you, Brian. See, I like y'all. Look. He's already setting up the mood right now. Goodness gracious. Give a round of applause to Brian on that quick thinking right there. That quick jab. Nice one.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, yeah. On the same vein, Asian characters. I care about the character itself, not the powers,
Yeah.
not the fact that they're Asians. So you see, y'all give me an example. Who's an Asian superhero? Yeah, I'm
Let's
asking
see.
you guys.
How about Sunfire from X-Men?
Okay,
Yeah,
let's go with
yeah,
Sunfire.
yes.
He's Japanese. I didn't like him because he's Japanese. I liked him because he's an a-hole, but he has cool powers. But he's also a very good represented character in his own right. He's an a-hole, yes, or arrogant at times, but that's where he bounced off of other superheroes, including the X-Men themselves. Or in the case of Lady Deathstrike, she's a villainess. I didn't like her
Mm.
because she's Japanese. I liked her because she has this killer instinct about her. She was basically a female saber tooth with long nails,
Mm-hmm.
and she liked to get her talons on Wolverine. But she also has principles too. So if there was ever a time where honor has to be met, she will stave off her attack to honor an agreement. So she's not above vile villainy as most villains are. So if a child told her to stop, she would stop right there because she's not gonna kill somebody in front of a child. I don't know if I don't know if
Mm.
she started being like that later on in the comics, but I'm pretty sure she was just as ruthless back then
Yeah.
too. But there's another vibe to her too that I liked about her. Um, the same token with any other character, like be there Indian Dust. I love Dust. Dust was a Middle Eastern mutant, but I didn't care about her being Middle Eastern. I liked her because a lot of people tried to dance around her religion, but she never let that bothered her. Nor does she bothered with anybody trying to change her appearance, which is she's still Middle Eastern. She's still wearing the hijab and the body shrouding clothing even when she left the Middle East and came to America. There's a moment where Surge is asking her to remove her body shrouding clothing because she's no longer in the Middle East. She don't have to worry about their terrible traditions, and that's speaking from an outsider, by the way, from Surge, for her to try to force somebody to not necessarily force. She was trying to be very benevolent in her regard. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? She was trying to be benevolent by saying, "Hey, you don't have to be ruled by men anymore and wear shrouding clothing. You can go out as you will now." And I forgot what she said to Surge, which is basically step off. You don't understand where I've been through or what my religion pertains, so back off. But she did it in a nice way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And of course, Surge is a horrible character through and through, even though she's Japanese and a mutant and all that stuff. But she's a horribly written character in that regard. So I digress. Why am I even saying this, anyways? Let's go with that. Why am I even saying this, right? Because
Mm.
I'm not gonna speak like a prophet, really, or at least like a preacher, but I gotta preach here. I've been
Mm.
seeing so many times, and I've said this many a stream. I'm seeing the resurgence of a racist country in their eyes. I mean,
Right.
they're trying to make America this honest country that they claim it to be, which is we all are aware of the 1619 project, right? We're also
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes.
we're also aware of the SJ hobos starting this whole rhetoric that America has always been a racist country, even though we've made so many advances over time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yes.
Right.
They're under this impression that everybody needs to that everybody needs to stay in their own lane, right? So
Right.
in their eyes, me being a black man, they automatically assume I like everything black. That is not true.
Same
That was
here. Yes.
never true.
Mm.
Never ever true. I know. I'm gonna give the spotlight to you too, Leia, in a bit. I know you have a lot to
Mhm.
say about that too. You said that so many times in many a stream, and I've heard that strength come out of you.
No
You do not
problem.
want to. You do not want to anger this woman.
Mm.
You do not. She's a lioness. Wow. No I'm kidding. Anyways,
Go ahead.
Oh,
so like I said, like that was the impression that they try to impart onto me. They assume that everything I do is coded into my race. Man, I walk black. I talk black. I read black. Oh yeah, so I'm supposed to read black. So I'm supposed to read the book like Mary had a little lamb.
mm. That's
Mary
ridiculous.
had a little lamb. Man, how many lambs did the bitch had? Excuse me. We have a new we have a new watcher, child of the flower. Welcome her, him or her, everybody. For the first time ever, we have child of the flower. Welcome her,
Eh,
everybody. Hello.
Hey there. Always good to have new people coming in.
Hello and welcome.
I'm pretty sure you have something to contribute. I'm pretty sure you know exactly what we're talking about. But let me continue. But yeah, they assume that I have to read black, which is if I read black, that's how I. Oh, she knows you, Leia.
She knows me.
Ooh,
Yep.
this is gonna
I
be interesting.
She said part of your real name, and I'm not gonna say your real name on stream. I want to keep you. Eloise
Child,
is saying echoes. I hear echoes. Are we echoing?
um, I'm echoing a little bit. Do you am I echoing now?
I hear you clearly. Brian's is fine. I
Okay.
don't know if Brian's speaker is still playing the stream, but yeah. Thank you
I
for
muted
letting
you
us know.
on my end.
Okay.
I know I now know who Child of the Flower is. I know who you are now. I'm glad you were able to make it.
That Professor
Um,
Stream got your notice, Leia.
yes, it did.
Oh
It
yeah.
got me noticed. I'm glad that you can make it. I'm glad that you're here. I've made her aware of these streams for some time now since I've been in here.
Hmm.
And I've mentioned you, Commander, and I've always told her she's invited to join whenever she likes. She's welcome. So I am happy that you were able to make this one live for the first time.
This has been quite an interesting day.
Yes, it's
Mm,
going to get
Oh yeah.
interesting.
yeah. Let me. I'm off my flow. Let me get back on my flow real quick.
Okay, sorry to distract
My
you with
flow.
that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I distracted myself.
Oh,
I
okay.
distracted myself. None on your part. But what I'm saying was, it's assumed again that everything I do is black. So me liking chicken, that's black. Chicken is a universal thing, by the way. It's not necessarily a black thing. Everybody loves chicken.
Oh yes. Me
Yeah.
especially.
That's why I mentioned about the whole Popeye situation with the whole we don't serve whites here. I will if I saw a sign in any of the Popeye establishments, I will I no, no smoke. I will go right into that establishment and says, you know what? I enjoy eating here, but I will no longer you'll no longer have me as a customer.
Oh yeah. I hear that one, man. Like, give
That's
me
cool.
KFC any day.
I'm just saying. I will tell them like speaking as a person and as a black man. I will walk in there and say you will no longer have me as a customer so long as that sign still stands out there. If nobody else outside of my race can't enjoy chicken at chicken establishments, then I can't enjoy chicken without nobody else enjoying chicken. You know what I'm
Oh
No,
saying?
yeah.
but yes,
I
yes.
hear.
As
That
Brian Gilmartin says, there are other chicken places to go to.
I know.
Oh,
Even the same token of if McDonald's ever did that or Taco Bell ever did that, I'll tell my wife, don't buy anything from that establishment. anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're not gonna give money to people who are hating on somebody based on their race. We're not.
Exactly.
I'll be straightforward. We're not giving money to racists.
No,
True.
we are not. Because let me tell you something. Like these people need us far more than we would ever need them, and that's a point I think they really miss a lot of the time. And then they just shoot their mouths off about no white people allowed because reasons.
We don't
And that
serve their kind here.
yeah, and that goes the same with that concludes our money for our entertainment as well. They may
Oh yeah,
not come up blatantly and say it, but they're saying it very loud and clearly more than ever now. They don't have to say the exact words, but in their words, in their sentences, in their race swapping, I know exactly what they're saying. So you got to give it in the got to take it to the entertainment as well. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I've already told people that. Look here, I'm about fed up with it. If I don't give my money to streaming or to movies or television or anything, if any of that political crap is garbage is in there, and all of this race swapping that's going on, which makes no sense, which I've never ever been a fan of, I am not going to give the money. I don't care. I've heard people tell me all the time, well, yeah, it was waste swap, but you know what? The action scenes rocked, or the story really rocked, or the special effects were great. And I always say, I don't care how good the costumes look. I don't care how the special effects look. I don't care for any of that stuff. If you are taking out, if you are specifically erasing a character simply because of their race, if that is your only reason to do it, then I don't want anything to do with you, nor I'm going to give my money to see that. And we've talked about how I've been jumped on about my rejection, my full
Hmm.
rejection
Hmm.
of the Falcon
yeah,
with special guest star Winter Soldier, which I absolutely abhor because the Winter Soldier is pretty much a guest star on that show. And that show, it disrespects Steve Rogers. It downplays him. Trying to play the Steve Rogers was never a hero. I'm not going to watch that. And then the same thing with WandaVision. And then to hear, and I'm gonna get into it as we go along, but to hear, you know, Kevin Feige said he wouldn't allow Doctor Strange, a character that I like that I'm a fan of, that Doctor Strange, we wouldn't allow him on the show because he's a white man and we didn't want Wanda to learn from a
oh,
white man.
great.
Well, I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not going to give money to watch that. I'm not going to pay to support
I'm not
anything
gonna
like that.
sit here and let you try to treat Wanda like a
Yeah,
child either.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
basically what you just did. You just basically just shelter her like a child. Like, oh, we're not gonna let a white man teach you anything. You know,
right,
you already know what you're doing. You know what you do. Like no, you're supposed to have a mentor to mentor the person to get it done, or at least
yeah,
if it's beyond anybody else's control. Like this is a dangerous teaching too on their part. They're teaching young kids that you don't need mentoring, or you don't need to admit that you're doing wrong. You just need to keep trying and trying and trying
right,
until you make it worse, to the point where it's unfixable,
oh yeah,
where it's completely
Right.
unfixable. When you should have an expert come in
yep,
and fix the situation like so. You it's very dangerous teaching, and it's going to, truth be told, it's going to get a lot of people hurt or
oh yeah,
worse, especially when you put in the perspective of the workplace.
Oh, definitely.
oh
It is a very
yeah,
dangerous teaching. Just like you said, Commander, I do agree in the workplace and
yep,
overall, because you are teaching these kids I'm just going to say it, you're teaching them a prejudice. You're also teaching
exactly,
them that this a prejudice against a gender, which is male, and a color, which is white. And you
yeah,
are teaching them that white men are your enemy, and that
yep,
you don't listen to them, they don't give you authority, you don't make friends with them, they because you are above them, which is basically what Kevin Feige is doing. And that no matter
yep,
Ryan,
how
jump in after
skilled,
Leia, by the way.
no matter
okay,
how skilled, okay, skilled or
No,
intelligent,
keep going, Leia. I just want him to come in next because I'm pretty sure he has something to say about this too.
oh yeah,
okay, no
Continue,
matter
Leia.
how great, oh sure, no problem. What I was saying, no matter how great or skilled that mentor is or your boss is, they are not going to respect them. Just like you say in the workplace, they're not going to want anybody to train them. That is a different uh, gender from them or race. And it is a very dangerous tool to play. And I've said it again, there is no such thing as a okay prejudice. There is no such thing. Prejudice is evil no matter who it's against. And just because it's to a white male does not make it, because that seems to be where it's pointing at, or redheads, doesn't make it okay. So that's basically what you're teaching them. You're teaching them a reverse bigotry. It's very scary.
Reverse bigotry. I
Yeah.
love that word. Brian, what
Oh
do you
yeah.
have to say about that?
Yeah, it's like what Leia said. It's basically teaching people that racism is okay so long as it's toward the right group, and then that group happens to be the majority. Like in this country, it's a majority white country, so it's okay to hate them because white privilege and all that nonsense that we hear every freaking day
Hmm.
from these woke morons out there. That's basically what they are.
I call them polite racists.
I don't see what's so polite about it at all. It's very rude to be
I'm just
racist
I'm
towards anybody.
I'm just saying that they're these snobbish, polite racists. That's what
Yeah.
they try to be these very
Oh yeah,
they, they're trying to be the so-called political correct, right?
yeah,
But
Yes.
but their methods really lends themselves to another kind of bigotry, which is they see nothing but skin color. Their actions, their words are based around the person's skin color. So it's
oh yeah.
like I like to imagine the scenario every time before they speak to somebody, they're stopping. Wait, he's black. So what's something Senator Proctor has
Yeah.
has a nice one. Reverse bigotry.
Hmm.
It's just plain bigotry, man. Yep, exactly.
Preach it,
But yeah,
Sammy.
say
True.
again. What do you say, Brian? I didn't catch
I
that.
said, preach it, Sammy.
Hmm. So I like to imagine this.
Hmm?
It's likened to them just like it's like again. Sorry, I thought somebody was outside our door.
Understandable.
That's my wife talking to him. She's engaging them.
Ooh.
Okay, we're fine.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's not an
Okay.
emergency.
Oh, okay.
See, that's why I got you guys talking to me because I get uncomfortable with silence. So and
Oh yeah.
I got this monster in me, so I'm super alert right now. So I
Okay.
like if I even with my headphones on, I catch any sound outside my door.
Well, it also helps that this is also doesn't help that this is a very aggravating topic because we see again the race swapping going on and on and on, and there's just no end to it. Like the redheads get it the worst too. Like you've seen,
Yeah.
like I'll give you an example. Like the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when they race swapped that April O'Neil and made her like a little kid as well. Again, what was April O'Neil in most incarnations? She was a redhead for most of them, other than the original
and
comics.
and
Where
uh, and mid adult too.
oh yeah, oh yeah,
And then
Leia,
oh, go ahead, Brian. Continue.
Yeah, continue, Brian.
uh, yeah. What I want to say, but then they made the. Not to mention, they made the turtles all look like a bunch of like discount Looney Tune characters or something, rather than just trying to take their take that style and make it a little more like an action show instead of like this Cal Arts crap that we get every day too. So that's just just a whole bunch of things that they do that are just messed up.
Um, what I was gonna say, I was gonna piggyback off of what you guys were saying. Yeah, we do bring up the redheads a lot, but what I like to call it as well.
Well,
Oh,
I
Mhm.
here's a comment from Victoria, real quick, to jump off of. She said, "When you say polite racist, it reminded me of that teacher from Everybody Hates Chris show." Yeah, yeah, definitely. But
Remember that show?
yeah, we to bring up the race swapping since we're on that topic. Here's another. Trooper
Now
just messaged me.
historical.
Trooper just messaged me. Yeah,
is he
What
he's
did he say?
busy. He's busy. He's busy. I don't know if he's going to show up today, but he's quite busy. He's still going through his appointments.
Hmm.
We tell Trooper we understand, handle his business. We miss him, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Life still goes on, so let him handle that. And we miss
Yeah.
him, and we hopefully we'll see him Tuesday.
Yeah, same here, Trooper. I hope to one day speak to you on one of these streams because I like what you have to say, and it could be very interesting to have you
Oh,
and me.
be prepared for
Yes.
what he has to say. He's pretty fly for a white guy.
Oh
Anyways,
yeah,
sorry, I know I'm stalling on what I'm going to explain to what we really what I'm really saying with the race swapping issue.
right.
And I made this joke too, but I'm dead serious when I say this. It's the scraps that are flung from the table of the master.
Oh yeah,
So you think it's basically affirmative action in effect with the race swapping. It's affirmative action.
right.
You're the twisted version of affirmative action. Now this is now y'all can correct me of what affirmative action was supposed meant to be when it was in place. But
Right.
to me, my original perspective of affirmative action is that you are of a set minority, did your work, you know, did build up your merit, right? No company should not reject you on the base of your skin tone or your
Right.
race. You
Right.
are the man or woman for the job. You have you put your all into a field, if you will.
Right.
But they still reject you because you're black, Mexican, whatever. Affirmative action is supposed to prevent that. You are coming there with your merit. They're not allowed to they're supposed to hire you based on your merit, not your race or your
Right.
gender, whatever. Because we all know affirmative action has spilled over to every other minority. I don't know how
Oh yeah.
gender is a minority anyways,
Mhm.
but that's how they rationalize it. Nowadays,
Hmm.
it seems like they twisted it to the point where or at least they didn't read the fine print and they assumed that we're supposed to hire them based on their race. No, you're supposed to hire them
No.
on their merit, but
Right.
you're not supposed to reject them based on their race. That's the whole
Exactly.
point.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
But
Yeah, they've
but
got the
the but
whole thing. Oh, right ahead.
sorry, but the great Thomas Sewell had pointed out that even with that being a fact, it still has been it did us no good in a way. With that understanding, it has been already sealed the fates of the hiring process in the workforce, especially with the blacks. Concerning that now that affirmative action has worked too well, it should have been abolished a long time ago. We got blacks in the workforce. We got Mexicans in the workforce. Period. Now it seems
Mhm.
like we're not really in competition per se. We're
Hmm.
basically a beauty pageant at this point. What's
Oh,
in?
good lord, yes.
What or at least we're in a fashion biz. What's in today? What's trending today? Black. So let's hire some more blacks based on them being black. Oh, is it Mexican? Let's hire them based on Mexican. Or women are trending. Let's hire them because they're women. So if affirmative action is still in effect, if I want to get hired on to say a animation company, if you will,
Mhm.
I brought in my resume. I brought in my portfolio. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I have my concept art ready. I have my sales slides ready. I have my animation programs ready. You know, I brought in all that, even a demo of how my animation. And I'm not gonna be arrogant and say my animation is crispy clean or something. Like my animation is decent. Let's just go with that, right?
yeah.
Hmm.
And I'm sitting next to a lady who don't have no portfolio. She did bring her resume, mind you. She did bring her resume, but she don't have a portfolio, which is required, right, for these type of studios. She don't have a portfolio. She doesn't have a demo either.
Ooh.
I brought everything on the table to prove that I am the man for the job, or at least the individual for the job. But they hire her. Now here's the thing. They don't have to tell me why they hired her. That's their
Yep.
business. And I'm not going to assume they hired her based on her being a woman. But say if they did,
Mm,
that's how affirmative action has failed the black folk now.
right.
Like even if I put in race as a factor, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
even if they use it to hire black folk in based on their skin color, now affirmative action is basically pushing them to be forgiving for everybody else. Or let's say if I wanted to work at a prestigious restaurant,
Right.
and excuse me for any Mexicans that tune into this, they hire an illegal.
Oh boy.
But
Yeah, that's gonna.
Yeah.
but I digress. That's my tirade for affirmative action.
Well,
Point
I
being, sorry, Leah.
finish. Go ahead, finish,
I
Will.
yeah, I'll finish and you go ahead. Point being, that's what's being taken to account right now. Affirmative action, even in the casting, even in the hiring, even the voice acting, it's all affirmative action
Yep.
in effect. So go ahead, Leah.
I'm just going to piggyback off you said. I agree with you 100%. I think that I was raised in affirmative action was to be used if you had a minority or female client or worker who was qualified in their skills for the position, and they have all the skills, but you turn them down because of their race, of their gender, then I can see affirmative action kicking in if the person was qualified based on their talent and their skills alone, not simply because of what they look like. But in Hollywood, they've completely turned that around. Now you have affirmative action casting, which is casting a minority or LBGT simply because of what they are. And I think now the Oscars has this absolutely ridiculously stupid rule
Oh yeah.
where you have to if your film won't get nominated if you don't have so many minorities or so many LBGTs or so many writers, even if your film is good and makes money, if you don't have these requirements, you do not get a nomination. Sometimes a film is going to be nominated. It could be the stupidest film ever, and it could be the worst box office bomb ever. But if the film ticks all the boxes, then that film is what gets nominated over another movie that may be better than that film, or an actor or actress that's better than that person. But because these persons tick the boxes, they get win. There's no justice in that whatsoever. There's no justice in that.
Nope.
That rule by the Academy is atrocious. It is absolutely atrocious that says you have to have so many LBGTs, so many blacks. The director must be a female. No matter what, you have to have all of this. It it it's atrocious. It is. It's not justice. It's not justice. It's not diversity. It's not. It is like you said. It's affirmative action, and it's not in the right way. It's not in the right way. So that's why we're getting such garbage right now in our entertainment. Every day I hear a casting of a new show in which characters have been race swapped. In the last couple of weeks, we've had Sandman. We've had the new Resident Evil TV show took out just race
Recently,
swapped it
recently.
recently, recently, just race swapped everybody. Now it's the white male lead again. White male leads. Hollywood has this white male lead prejudice. I'm just going to go out and say it. They are prejudiced against white males. They don't want them in lead roles anymore, except to be the evil, racist, bigoted villain. That's the only roles they want to put them in, and that is such a prejudice. So it's not
Does that
benefiting
remind you of
anyone.
anything?
Oh yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
want to. I could
Does that
piggyback off of what Leah was
really
saying.
remind you of anything?
It reminds me of it reminds me of what's going
Old
on right now.
school filming.
Yes,
Oh yeah.
yes, old school
Old
filming,
school
but
film.
But
and
like
how
you
they
said,
treated
Kim,
minorities back then. Sorry, Leia, I'm crisscrossing with you. Go ahead, speak your mind.
when you said old school filming, I was just going to say it goes back to what you said, but they think it's okay because it's okay to hate, to be prejudiced against a white male or someone of a certain income. They think that's okay. It's okay to be prejudiced against that. That's what they is. They think it's okay, but it is. It's going right back to old school filming. But they feel because the person is white and male, and I'm specifically staying on white and male because I'm seeing an increase in this of the prejudice. They think it's okay. So they don't see it the way you just mentioned it, Commander. They don't see it as reverting back to old school bigotry. They think it's okay to do it.
Wolf gets scared of his wife through the window once a day. Yeah, if I
That was one time I saw her fiddling around with her trees, and I was like, "Who the heck is that?" I thought it was no, I thought it was a big old bird of unknown origins just popped in.
yeah, I want to come up piggyback off of what Matanui is saying in the chat that it comes off as a dehumanization tactic. They're just dehumanizing white people as like these, like they're inherently racist about every. Oh, and Angry Green Boss is here. Dawag is here. Hey, buddy, how you doing? And anyway, continue. It's like you
Green
notice that
Boss
the
is
only
showing up.
villains they're allowed to have are like white male villains. There's never like a black
Yes.
male villain unless he has a justification or a reason for it. The women are always like, oh, they've been hurt. All right, so they're really not the bad guys. Bull crap. Like I know.
Too much
It's
too
like,
many training wheel villains, as I like to call them, training wheel villains. That's what I'm
oh
saying.
yeah.
They treat us like children. It's very insulting that they treat us like children.
Yeah, but I was going back to what Brian said. I agree that nowadays they don't want white males as leading men, just like what Feige did, who was the biggest um,
Oh, yes.
the biggest uh, um, the biggest I can't find the right word, but the one that's really doubling
The
down
biggest
on this.
insult. Let's just
Yeah,
keep it
he
that way.
he
The
is
biggest insult.
he has become the biggest insult to this tokenism, the biggest one
Oh,
ever.
The worst
Uh,
offender.
yeah, he's become the biggest worst offender. He's right in bed with Iger and Kathleen Kennedy. They're all in bed together when it comes to this wokeness. And for instance, they don't want any white male leads. Even in the comics now, Feige announced that they're going to kill off Doctor Strange in the comics. So he
Hmm.
is just getting rid of every white male lead. He is getting rid of, and only a white male can only be in if they are a bad guy, and they have to be the villain, and they're the only ones they want for villains. They only want
Worse. What's even worse, they make them do morally questionable things because they're white.
right, right.
Especially
So
if they're good guys. Morally reprehensible things because they're white.
yeah.
exactly,
Yep.
yep.
Always the
So
white guy that has to be the villain in these things. It's never any. It's just they don't know how to write any other kind of villain without. Yeah.
Oh, oh yeah. You're affected by this, Brian. This is really hurting you badly.
Oh yeah, you can tell. And
oh,
what also bugs me is that if they really want diverse characters, here's an idea for you: stop consuming only media from like 2014 and above. Go back to like the 80s or something with like old school video games that had like female lead characters. Like, I'll give you an example: Alice Landale from the original Phantasy Star, or you can have along the same lines. There's that girl from Alicia Dragoon. There's
Hmm.
Jade from Beyond Good and Evil. Who's another one? Alina from what is it? Street
Let's go
Fighter
to let's
3.
let's, let's go to the top ones that get name dropped a lot. Samus,
Oh
Lara,
yes.
Princess Zelda.
Or, or as I like to mention, Tara freaking Branford from Final Fantasy VI. One of my all-time faves, by the way.
Your lovely lady that you keep bringing up all the time in our streams. Definitely.
Oh
I
yeah.
love her too. I love her definitely. May I also mention Tiris from Golden Axe, Tiris
Yeah.
Flair, Blaze
Oh
Fielding.
yeah. Yeah. Leia, what about you? Do you know any like why don't you put some names in there? Like who are some heroines you grew up with?
oh my goodness. Well, heroines that I grew up with. that are the true heroines that they don't understand? Well, I go back to the original Wonder Woman, Linda Carter. I go back to, of course, Princess Leia. I don't know if you go back that far with me, Brian, but I just throw some out. You said in the '80s, so I go back to the original Wonder Woman, which Princess Leia is tops with me. Princess Leia. You have
Hey,
Ripley.
Sammy Lee.
You
Continue.
have Ripley from the Alien pictures. Buffy. She-Ra, the original She-Ra.
Yes, the
There's a true
original Shira,
the original animated good
Old
animation.
school Shira.
Yeah, old school Shira, Ripley.
done by
Um,
women. Done by.
yes.
Oh,
Let me point that out before you continue, Leia.
Hmm.
Shira and Sailor Moon were done by women.
yes. Oh, yes. While we're on
Women.
Sailor Moon, Sailor Mercury.
Sailor V was done before Sailor Moon was even in its inception. Done by a woman. Full Metal
Yeah. Now.
Alchemist.
So, but
Full
when
Metal.
but
Is she for real, Leia?
I think he's joking, actually.
I
she's
think
joking.
I
I
know.
get her humor. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why it sounded like is she for real? No,
Yeah.
yeah, Jupiter is my
Yeah.
waifu. Jupiter's wife. She's definitely
Hmm.
wife.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
she look. Look. Speaking of Jupiter, I made this joke off screen with Green Lion Girl yesterday after we done a Ronin Warriors stream.
Yep.
Um, I said this. I love this. This is what I love about Jupiter. She is a host in your
Oh,
own house. Y'all want me to describe that?
yeah.
Look, you invite her to your house, and she cleans your house up. She
Yep.
cooks in your house, and she
Yeah. Yeah.
makes she makes dinner for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Really good too, by the way. And you wouldn't say
Oh,
anything
yeah.
about you had no say in it. You you're supposed to be the host of your own house, but she clean your house up, tidy it up for your group for your circle of friends. She she cooks in the same house that she just cleaned up in your own house,
Oh,
and
yeah.
she says, "Eat up, everybody," and you just sitting there dumbfounded saying, she just became the host of my own house.
Yep.
No
That is
no
wife
BS,
material.
no BS. She literally becomes a host of your own house,
Oh, yes.
Yes.
and we love her for it. We love her for it.
Hmm. Exactly.
That we do.
I was going to say to piggyback for Brian. Brian makes a very good point. They're stuck in. They think that they are these woke, cycle wokes think that before 2014 didn't exist. Then before, or even 2016, none of that didn't exist. That they are the only ones that are doing strong female care. All this garbage. I'm getting so sick of hearing this garbage about there's been no strong female leads. There's been no black male leads. Man, in the 80s, Eddie Murphy, for instance, was the biggest box office star in the 80s, was Eddie
Mm,
Murphy. Michael Jackson,
Oh,
biggest pop
yes.
star all over the world. Prince, biggest pop star all over the world.
Michael Jackson,
Lead Michael
Michael
Jackson,
Jackson.
biggest star of
universally
music film,
loved.
universally
Yep.
loved. Yes, all over the world, universally loved. The Prince was also universally loved. Eddie Murphy was the biggest star, box office star in the '80s. A black male, Eddie Murphy, films on hottest star on Saturday Night Live and on the big screen, and a lead in films and movies. So don't give me this crap that you've never had male leads or strong leads, black leads, or even strong females in the '80s. I just said Ripley from in the Aliens movies. You had Sigourney Weaver. You had I've mentioned, I mentioned, Shira. I mentioned you, and even if the lady was the
Oh yeah.
supporting actress, she was still strong within herself. So it's total garbage that they can't think beyond 2014, and they think that this has never happened, ever happened, and they think they're the only ones that have done it. When Kobe Bryant passed, the whole world mourned. Everyone was
The
in
world
mourning.
stopped when he died.
The world, yeah, completely
Oh yeah.
stopped when he died. So don't give
Yeah.
me this crap about positive black male leads. And even with the women that I met, these women were strong, but they were still feminine. They didn't sacrifice their femininity or come in there and get penis envy just to be strong. They were
Exactly.
still strong, but they were still very much women. They didn't have to hide or take their breasts down, because they had to hide them. They had to be shamed of having breasts, or hide them or think it was sexualized and crap. We didn't get all that. When we were kids, all of us wanted Linda Carter's costume. We all wanted it. I don't care what anybody says. We all wanted to wear what
I
Linda
have
was wearing.
one
Oh yeah.
speculation as to why they're trimming down their boobies.
What's that?
So you know how every once in a while, for every few years or so, right, the feminists always chime in about something new and something strange as to what they don't like. This goes for the SJ Hubbles too, and they're piggybacking off of these grievances, and I call these people grievers, always giving off griefs and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I mean, we talk about this so many times, and so many times we talk about this, but it comes down to the simple fact that they're a market now. They're a business. Grievance is a business,
Oh
as
yeah.
Trooper has stated too. He stated many times over that that grief
It's true.
is a business now to these people. It's been a business since the end of slavery. Grief, grief has where's the market in that? Well, once the money well dries up, once you solve the problem, now where that leads the SJ hobos or any future SJ hobo. That's why I call
Yep.
them SJ hobo, because once their business well dries up, where are they going to go? How are they going to pay their bills? How are they going to receive their money?
They're
You
gonna
know
be
what I'm
dirt
saying?
poor by the end of it.
Yeah, that's the new name I give them. SJ hobos. They call them social justice warriors, but no, you're a social justice hobo. All y'all
Yep.
do is live off other people. That's all you do. Live off other people. Y'all live vicariously through other people too. While y'all sitting around, running around, not showering, running around like a hobo,
Yeah.
protesting, shouting, jumping on cars. You know what I'm saying? "Quote unquote" fighting a good fight.
Yeah.
Well, huh?
Well,
Child of the
um,
Flower mentioned OnlyFans. We can go into a different discussion about that one,
Oh,
because I have mixed messages to say about that, but
yeah. Yeah.
long short end of it, me being a practicing libertarian, and I'm firmly saying that practicing libertarian. I'm trying to be consistent with my libertarianism, but being a
Mm-hmm.
practicing libertarian, so long as they're making money and they're not hurting themselves, or let alone hurting anybody with their money making, I'm I'll be leaning with that for now. But yeah. Um, but yeah, the SJ hobos, they don't run OnlyFans. They do not run OnlyFans, which is funny, really funny.
I was
Oh,
going
she
to
oh
say,
she had context. She had sorry, Leia. She had context. She said I meant that they can find a job in OnlyFans. They're not gonna do OnlyFans. They're not gonna do OnlyFans. Most yeah, they're not gonna do OnlyFans that much, because nobody's. Here's the thing. Um, for what it's worth, what people say about OnlyFans, SJ hobos don't want that kind of attention at all. At least they don't even want these OnlyFans chicks be selling. You know what I'm saying? They want to try. They can try, but they're not gonna get that far. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't see SJ hobos really taking over OnlyFans, because it's predominantly by feminine women that love themselves. at least love themselves enough. They love themselves enough to do it. You know,
Yep.
they love themselves enough to do it, and some are business. They're business women through and through. They go into the idea of taking it as a business, and they're also run by confident women as well. So we can make our assertions and our outsider you know what's that word, generalizations, but
Mm-hmm.
there's a market there right now. I mean, it's questionable. Yes, it's very questionable,
Oh yeah.
but it's still a market that I'm willing to respect enough. You know what I'm saying? At least it keeps them from being prostitutes. I will say
Oh yeah.
that. You know what I'm saying? But what would anybody else want to add to anything? Any topic that you want to jump into that also that's also coincides with the topic that we're talking about?
I want to add something.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Brian.
And you guys watch pro wrestling?
Yeah. Well,
Because
Hmm.
I was going to mention,
I used to.
Booker T, who was the five-time WCW champion in the '90s, and back when WCW was actually a thing.
Can you dig it, sucker?
Sucker. Yeah, I don't know, Leia. Did you
Seriously,
ever
dude.
watch that?
The only memorable thing I remember about Booker T, sorry, Leia, not to cut in, but the only thing I remember of Bookie T was being beaten up by Stone Cold in a grocery store.
Oh,
That
I
was
love
hilarious.
that. Dude, that was what got me into wrestling. Watching that whole thing, I was just dying laughing when I first saw
Look,
that.
look, that grocery store had better be still in business after all of that. The money that SmackDown had to pay to
Oh,
even get that on film to allow that property damage to happen and that mess, dude. Like the amount that imagine the amount that hotels are being paid by musicians who wreck their hotel rooms. You know,
yeah.
so I'm like that grocery store better be in business still to this
Oh
day
yeah.
because the amount that they had to pay probably for them to wreck their stuff had to been high, had to been high.
Oh yes.
But what you gonna say, Leia?
I was going to ask him first. I was going to answer Brian's question. Yeah, I don't watch it as much now, but back in the '90s, I did watch wrestling, and I'm very familiar with Booker T. So I know exactly who you are talking about. So I'm familiar with him. But I was going to bring up a Wolf that Ripper did. That was the first video where he ripped into that woman that just assumed he liked Luke Cage because he was black.
All
Um,
right.
and as you know, I get the same flack myself because well, let's just take the Captain America scenario for instance, since he's my favorite. The problem with them is they think that Captain America or Steve Rogers is only loved by white males
Mm.
of a certain a political agenda. That's what they think. That's why they want to get rid of him now because they feel well only white people like Captain America. And as you both know, I absolutely would marry the man and bear his children in a minute. So so I was insulted even when I heard that because he's my favorite, as Wolf as you and Trooper and Schooner know, my absolute favorite. So I was like, what are you talking? Huh? And so that's why I think one, they want Marvel now wants to. It seems like they're trying to erase him from canon, and they decide to give the shield to Falcon, which I abhor, and I get jumped on for that because the first thing they say is that, well, you don't like black superheroes. I said, look, you're not listening to me. I liked Falcon when he was Falcon. He was a cool character, no issues with him. And number two, see, this is these idiots don't know. He was never a sidekick to Captain America. He was his
Mm-mm,
own man. He just accompanied Captain America on adventures, but he was never his sidekick. He wasn't a sidekick. They're thinking he's a sidekick. So that's
mm-mm,
low for a black superhero. So in order to, and to quote Anthony Mackie, everybody feel black people feel good about themselves. they have to elevate him to become, and that's what I also find insulting. In order for me to feel good about myself, they have to race swap or snatch a title away from an established white character and give it to a black character in order for that black character to make us feel good about ourselves. And that's what they're assuming, which I find a just absolute insult. That is an insult to my face to say something like that. So Falcon, back to Falcon, he was already fine the way he was. There was nothing wrong with him. But in their minds over there at now Woke Marvel, they think, well, he's not good enough just being Falcon. We have to take the Captain, give him the Captain America title so he can feel, so black people everywhere can feel good about themselves and we can elevate him. There's only one Captain America, not Steve Rogers. It is not Falcon. It is not
Ball sack
Filipino Captain
America.
America. Yeah, it's not intersectional female who lost the half of her pants. Captain America. It's not this and this thing they got going, which is this celebrating 80 years of Captain America. That's not a celebration. That's degrading him. That's insulting him. That's defaming his title. Marvel is doing that, but they're trying to wrap it that, well, we're really celebrating him, or everybody can be Captain America. No, everybody cannot. Everybody cannot be Captain America. It is only Steve Rogers that has that title. But they want to take it away from him. They want to degrade him because they feel that minorities need to be uplifted. We can't uplift ourselves. So that's what all that title's about, or the United States of Captain America, which I think is ridiculous.
That's
It's
another
not,
dangerous
yeah,
message to give to other, not just
Oh yeah.
necessarily black folk, but just any person. Just let's go with the universal term, mankind. Period. Just
Mhm.
mankind. Period. Like this is dangerous teaching for anybody to if they're willing to listen to this BS.
It's
That
true.
that uh that white people are to blame, that minorities can't elevate themselves unless it's done by the white folk.
right. I agree. And
Scott
that,
who gamer Scott who, but yeah, go ahead, Leia.
oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Want to continue, but Ripper made a couple of several videos about that. Not only to that woman,
Yeah.
but also he really did a couple of videos about tokenization. And I agree with you, Commander. This United States of Captain America propaganda crap it doesn't celebrate him. It's degrading him. That's basically what it is. It's taking it away from him because basically he's a white male. It's showing their own hatred themselves. They're sitting up there in their high tower at Marvel thinking they are doing something oh so great, that they're doing something great, that they should be allotted, or they're just really helping people, but they are just making it worse with this crap. And I've never liked that. I've never liked the idea of giving the title, race swapping, or giving it to someone else. Whatever the title is, it should be. I mean, they wouldn't do that to Black Panther. They would just it would be World War III if they said, well, we're going to give the title of Black Panther to I don't know, to Wolverine. They would lose their minds because they would insist that stay there. So why should it not be the same the other way around?
Speaking of Black Panther, I'm surprised that the fan in me didn't bring up the fact that Brian Coogler insulted the Black Panther mythos by breaking down Wakanda into tribes. Wakanda is not a tribe caste system. Wakanda is a nation. They call it the nation of Wakanda. There is no tribes in the Wakandans. The Dora Milaje is not a tribe either. That's the one thing that really made me side eye that movie the many times I watched. I was like, wait a minute, hang on. How is the merchant tribe? What does the merchant tribe need a warrior for? That's my
Exactly.
question.
Exactly,
Like,
man.
I'm like, bruh, what? And as a matter of fact, why is there a warrior to challenge the Black Panther mantle? It's already it's already been established that, like I said, it's already been established that the succession of leadership, or at least the succession of kingship, has been passed down to the next of kin, which is the
Listen,
son.
Hunter.
See you later, Samuel.
Hmm.
That's why I said on Tuesday again when I made my Black Panther rewrite, and I'm pretty sure you guys still remember that. But
Yes.
Well, I remember that one.
but again, that's the one thing that stood out to me. It's like there's somebody that out there that's going to challenge challenge the kingship in ritual combat despite the familial ties. That's the reason why he's
Yeah.
the king now. He is the successor to the throne, and yet somebody's out there to challenge him. Like, you mean to tell me T'Chaka didn't sire any other children outside? Like, if only for that to make sense is if the king sired children amongst the tribes. That's the only way that would have made sense. Not
Yeah.
not some lowborn warrior or some commoner warrior. It would
Yeah.
have been interesting to note that T'Chaka sired many children in each tribe, and in where T'Challa comes from is probably a warrior caste tribe, i.e. Wakabi's tribesman. He could have been from the Rhino tribe. You know what I'm saying? That's why he's so proficient in fighting, right?
Yeah. Right.
But that's a rant over.
Oh,
Yeah.
because I loved the rewrite that you did for Black when I mean your rewrite for Black Panther made 10 times more sense than what Ryan Coogler did. And see the
That's
thing
because I
is
trimmed off the fat. He had too much fat to the meat, or at least
So he
he
decompressed the story, I guess.
yeah, basically. I mean, if you want me to hear it, if you want to hear it again, Brian, and if anybody who's new here want to hear my rewrite again, I'm willing to tell you guys. I remember it clear as day, because technically it's me fixing his problems, but like I'm putting my own story to it, because like I said, it's based around that end credit scene in Civil War where you have Bucky and Crow sleep,
Hmm.
and Steve mentions that there will be people coming to take him from Wakanda. I don't know what that hand raise is, child, but I'm
I
pretty
maybe
sure
they
should
want to
it's.
say
say
I think they're saying
preach.
they want.
What you gonna
Hmm.
say, Leia?
At first I thought, Brian, you're right. Preach. And at first they thought they were raising their hands, say they want to hear your rewrite.
Okay, yeah. So let me start over again. So it's gonna be the movie is gonna be based around that the end credit scene where you have Steve and T'Challa. Steve saying a temporary farewell to Bucky before he goes to crowd sleep. Uh, I'll read that later, Samuel. Anyways, yeah. So small farewell because Bucky will be coming back after they deprogram him from the conditioning. Of course, Steve mentions that there'll be people coming to reclaim Winter Soldier, or they'll be coming to claim him because he's a wanted man still. Either way,
Mhm.
he's still a wanted man. And of course, as Schooner has once quoted last Tuesday, he said, T'Challa says, "Let them come. Wakanda will be prepared," or something like that. And of course, you get that final shot with the Black Panther statue, which to me, I was really hyped for that. Like you see the statue is a symbol. Like, I saw that statue as a symbol of how vast Wakanda's might was. Like that statue was a warning to
Right.
anybody who catches that. Like, you see that statue
Mhm.
and you think, oh man, if they make a statue that big, that's a symbol of how mighty their fighting force is. You get to the movie. What do you see? Only the Rhino tribe. Only the Rhino tribe army, not the
Yep.
River tribe, not the merchant tribe. You know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting here just looking disappointed. I'm like, bruh, there should have been infighting in the tribes in this movie, especially when Killmonger took the seat. Like some people don't believe that his proper seating was legitimate. Some people wouldn't even go well with his idea of conquering the world with Wakanda's might. So I'm like, so I'm go at the same time I'm gonna rewrite as well Killmonger for this rewrite.
Mhm.
He's still go and mind you guys, he still will be played by Michael B. Jordan. So don't worry, you gonna get that Michael B. Jordan goodness. He will not be a kid from Oklahoma or Oakland. Yeah, he was from Oakland. He ain't gonna be a kid from Oakland. He's gonna be actually from an African tribe, a tribe of warlords, mind you, because Africa do have warlords. No,
Makes
no,
sense to
no,
me.
no beating around the bush. It's still Africa still has warlords, so he's gonna be a warlord. Um, his position in the story, however, will be to claim Wakanda's treasury, or at least their weapons, so that he can conquer the world, or at least conquer all of Africa. If he wants to start small, he'll be conquering all of Africa or conquering all of the world. He want to claim all the weapons that they
Yep.
have because vibranium technology, right? Claw, Ulysses Claw, I mean, will also bring up the fact that they're hiding another weapon, the Winter Soldier, which also draws in Killmonger's attention.
Ah. Hmm.
He want
Yep.
he so not only does he want Wakanda's weapon, but he also will want one of the ultimate weapons, the Winter Soldier. Take care,
Good,
Green
bro.
Boss.
Hey, buddy.
Catch on the back watch if you want to hear the rest of the the Black Panther rewrite. But yeah, that. I'm establishing the villain motivations for this story. So we got Ulysses Claw teaming up with Killmonger. They got their own army of warlords and mercenaries. Because let's not forget, Claw is an arms dealer. So he's going to try to sell. He's basically selling Killmonger a promise, basically claiming Wakandan weapons. It's going to end with a big bout between these guys and the Wakandans, which it's going to be a vast army from the Wakandans, not a small group of tribes, and we're still going to get the rhinos, mind you. We're still going to get the rhinos because I'm gonna tell you right now, Wakabi ain't gonna be no
Mhm.
turncoat. Wakabi is not gonna be a turncoat. He's gonna be a very well established friend of T'Challa. Now, let's go over the theme of Black Panther. What is a leader to his country? So the whole theme of the story of my rewrite of Black Panther is T'Challa cementing his position. People are okay with him. Catch me, something caught my voice. Anyways, people are okay with him being the successor of T'Chaka, but he needs to prove it to them that he is the successor of T'Chaka. Now let's say this: T'Chaka's rule was completely different than T'Challa's attempts of ruling. Remember, this is a learned and changed T'Challa. The T'Challa that we saw in Civil War was the T'Challa of T'Chaka's rule, original rule of how he ruled things, of how he settled disputes, if you will. Let's get back into the theme of the Black Panther here. The Black Panther is the guardian of Wakanda. He sells things the way he does, and he's also a king, right?
Mhm.
So we have a change and learn T'Challa coming back. Now he's a more hide in the bushes to assess the situation type of king instead of just outright attacking beforehand. Whereas T'Chaka would pounce, he's a king that waits and listens. So you got the
Yeah.
king. His rule is being challenged by the uh the council, if you will. It's not gonna be a tribe. It's gonna be a council. And now I'm gonna break a lot of hearts, even Leia's. I'm gonna break some hearts. I love Angela Bassett as Queen Mother. I really do. She's not gonna be in this movie. Queen Mother will be dead. Queen Mother passed away years ago. T'Chaka was the
Oh.
last familial tie to T'Challa. He died in Civil War, so
Yep.
he's now parentless. Shuri will also be retooled. She's gonna be dressed regally, not the way how she dressed in the movie proper. I love Letitia Wright, but you gotta wear something regal as a princess. Not no hip, not no hip
Yeah,
hop
that's what you
fresh.
said. That's what you...
Mm.
Yeah, I want regal. I
That
don't
ain't none
want
of the
no
nonsense
fresh.
from the comic either.
Look. I want regal princess, not no fresh princess of Wakanda. Sorry, I'm sorry. We ain't gonna do that. And she's not gonna be. She's not gonna be very snidey like she was in the film proper. She's gonna look up to her brother because he's the last familial tie he has. Her mama dead. Her father is now dead. That's another thing that bugged me about that movie. They ain't they ain't taking the time to really respect T'Chaka enough in that movie. Only time we ever got that was between T'Challa and T'Chaka. That's it. They never even they barely even mentioned T'Chaka even after they thought he had perished in that waterfall. It's like we lost father and now we lost brother, mama, something like that. Like she does make that mention like we didn't even get a chance to bury him, but like we lost mom, we lost papa, and now we lost brother, something like that. So again, we're gonna have Shuri retooled. She's gonna be that wide-eyed tech whiz. She's still gonna be a tech whiz. She develops
Oh, yeah.
some of Wakanda's technology and weapons here and there. She's gonna be like the black female Tony Stark, if you will. But she's gonna look up to her brother respectively because he's the king.
Of course.
She's gonna have that family banter between her brother sister banter, but he's still gonna be the king, and she treats him with respect.
She ought to
We're
because
also
that's her king. That's it. She
yep.
ought to because that is her king. You don't
Hmm.
disrespect your king like that and get away with it.
Hmm. And that's another thing
Exactly.
that bugged me about that movie. They don't treat T'Challa enough to be the king in that movie, which is
Well,
stupid.
right, and I'll just say something, then I'm gonna let you get back to telling your wonderful rewrite. And I think it's because they were trying to play up the women, which I did not like,
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
that disrespects him as a king. It's just like what you mentioned about Shuri. I like Shuri, but I was watching. I said, now they need to be careful. Don't tokenize her or play her up so us black females can feel good, because I don't like that moment in Infinity War where they're working on Vision and Dr. Banner, which I can't believe, just get brain dumb and can't think of the procedure or something to fix Vision. And then she says, well, surely you must know blah 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 blah, because I don't know the technical term. And then Dr. Banner's like, oh, I didn't think of it. I'm like, come on, man, this is Dr. Banner. He's not an idiot. He's not an idiot.
Yeah,
She could
yeah.
she don't make
The man is
her
a scientist for crying out
that.
loud.
Yes, it's the scientist. See what you do in this. You don't put down Dr. Banner to make her look good. In other words, I've got to put down the white man just to show I'm smart. You don't want to do that. That's a terrible message to send to young girls. They could have had her say, Dr. Banner, you're a scientist. Are you familiar with X, Y, and Z? And then Dr. Banner could say, yes, I am. Well, let's try that. See, that's mutual respect. That wasn't a scene of respect. So when people laughed at that, I didn't. I thought, don't play her like that, because that's
Hmm.
not a good
Add to
message
that.
to send.
Add something to
What?
that.
Yes, go ahead.
So I was thinking that if you have to tear down your male characters just to make your female characters look good, then they're probably chances are those females were never that good of a character to begin with. They have to stand
That's
on their own
sexism.
merit. Damn right it is.
Yes.
They have to be able to stand up on their own merits, without having to pull anybody down or bully them like they're doing now with
As much
Oh
this
as I
yeah.
crap.
rewatched Infinity War, here's another thing that bugged me was the fact that it's like you need to give me more time. You need to pick up the pace. Something like come
Mm-hmm.
on.
Oh yeah.
I don't need that banter from Black Panther again. They really need to they really need to establish how much they respect each other, brother and sister. Considering that I have siblings, I mean I joke with my siblings too, but I treat them with respect all the same. You know what I'm saying? Because they're still my
Yes.
siblings. Like as much as I say that I have a shaky relationship with my brother, I do try to elevate him up all the same because he's still my little brother. you know, and he looks up to me too at times. There are times he looks up to me, to me. Excuse me, looks up to, yeah, tongue tied there. He look up to me, you know. Same thing with
Right.
my niece. As much as I tease her, I still want her to view me as somebody to be respectable. So I try to posture myself to do that, you know.
Mhm.
And so again, like I said, I'm gonna retool Shuri to be very very somebody for little girls to look up to, but also to know that this is how you're supposed to treat your siblings, especially if they're in positions of prestige and power. You're supposed to treat them as such, respectable people. So she's going to be retooled like that, and I'm also going to retool Okoye. I know Leia knows about this, but
Yes.
I don't like how Okoye banter about Starbucks being in Wakanda. No, we're not gonna be. That's not gonna. Especially we have Michonne as Okoye.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I agree. That's that Disney Marvel humor sneaking in. So
Mm,
yeah.
right,
I
like
very
and of course, excuse me. So Nakia is also going to get. For those who don't know, Nakia is also going to get rewritten too. She's going to be Adore. They should not have put her in the armor prior to that. Thomas, I'm not an Adore.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, you're a spy, but come on, like bruh, she, you had to let Shuri to coax you into put it on. It's like it's armor, put it
Right.
on. Like no, she should have been a door. I don't care if she's a spy. She should have been a door. And for those who don't know, I mean Adore Malaji, which is the king's personal guard,
right.
which is made mostly of women, very skilled women that rival even the Amazons of DCEU's Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you know that they mean business when you see the Adore show up, which is funny because I didn't even see enough of the Adore in Infinity War, which is funny.
Yeah, that is
Brilliant.
interesting. They're not there that much. It's not interesting.
But here's the thing: Okoye's character in this position is still voicing the people's doubt of T'Challa. Nakia being in Adore this time around, she's going to be the voice of the people who are in favor of T'Challa's new rule, or at least the way how he's choosing to rule Wakanda. Whereas, whereas, look, Okoye is still the general, but she's still going to listen to her king. But she still has her moments where, hey, your father wouldn't do this. Why are you doing this now? Or your father would have done it this way. So she calls into question, but she's still going to follow loyally to T'Challa's orders. She's not going to disrespect him, but she is going to question him. You know what I'm saying? Because she's concerned. She's concerned for her king. She's also concerned for her people and her nation. Are you? She'll look to him like, are you sure this is where we're going to go? Because if we go this way, our infrastructure could break down, or maybe we people will see you as weak and they won't follow you in this fight. You know what I'm saying? And this
Mm-hmm.
this 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 is the whole thing. They're preparing for. They're basically preparing for any attack on Wakanda because they have a valuable asset. That's another thing that's going to be called into question. You let you brought in this not this white man. They're not hating on Bucky because he's white. We're not doing that. There's no colonizer BS. We're not doing that at all. They're questioning his authority because they're bringing in somebody that's a high profile prisoner to somewhere else. Why don't we give him back? We don't really want this much attention towards Wakanda. I'm very confident in Wakanda's might, but are we willing to take on the world that will want to collect this asset of ours? That's the question that they're asking, not the fact that he brought a white man into their borders. Gamer mentions Smeagol. That's the reason why. That's the reason why Ulysses Claw comes into the picture. He mentions that Bucky is in Wakanda's borders, and that's why Killmonger wants to go there not only to collect the weapons, but to collect Bucky, because not only does he want weapons, but he also wants the super soldier, or at least the Winter Soldier.
Right.
How
Yep.
now you ask, how do they do this? How are they going to get Bucky on their side? Well, elementary, my dear viewers. Claw will present Killmonger the Red Book, which Schooner did a good job of illustrating what the opening would have been like. Claw manages to break into a facility and acquire the Red Book, and we all know the Red Book is the book that has the trigger mechanism for
Yes,
Winter Soldier.
yes. The trigger
Yeah.
words, yes.
Yeah. So that's where Claw comes into place. He's one of the main villains, but Killmonger will be the star of the show, of course. What'd you say, Brian?
I'm just, nothing. I was just talking to myself, just trying to get closer to my mic.
Okay. So yeah, that's basically where the villains are playing at. So yeah, we got the conflict between we got several conflicts building up here, right? But we're also going to have some payouts to this. So far, the main conflict is, can he lead the nation? It's gonna be exacerbated by General Okoye, who's loyal to the king at all times, but she questions because he's still fresh into the seat, right? We got
Hail to the king,
Naki.
baby.
Yep, we got the opposing conflict through Nakia, who's also going to be a love interest. I'm gonna keep that in, but it's not going to be it's not going to be like what they present in the film proper. It's going to be that they know each other through childhood. Through childhood. Um, uh, what did I say last time? Leia, was she the wet nurse to Yeah, I made her the wet
Yeah.
nurse
Yeah,
to
they go
Shuri.
back. Yeah, their friendship goes back to their childhood. You were mentioning something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, like once Shuri was born, she was the wet nurse to Shuri, and that's how. And like Nakia and Shuri gonna have that close sisterly bond in a way. They'll have that sisterly bond. Even Okoye doubts Shuri's abilities. So they're like, say for instance, there's a scene where T'Challa and Shuri have a close brotherly sister bond talk, right? So Shuri's unsure of herself that she can protect Wakanda. She's unsure if she has any stake in this. Like she's just a tech wizard. She's not a warrior, right? So he still vouches for her, saying like you're the best tech wizard ever. You're the reason why we have greater defenses now, thanks to your smarts, your understanding of the vibranium. And of course, you once we have that nice bonding scene, we have Okoye coming in, and he leaves to address Okoye, and Okoye makes a snip at Shuri. He says she says you also put so you're also putting your fate into this cub. That's how she sees Shuri, and that's also kind of like disheartening because that's in the earshot of Shuri. That's going to be within earshot of Shuri. Like even the general doubts her because she's a tech wizard, not a warrior. But of course, Nakia reassures her later on the film. So you got that conflict. Like even she don't doubt. She even doubts the princess to be able to lead because her arc is like in the comics when T'Challa's away on international stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
She rules as Queen Regent in his stead, which she takes care of the political facilitations of Wakanda. She keeps everybody in line. And I know I'm going too long with this rewrite, but we're gonna get back into it. We're 1 hour in. Don't worry, guys. We're still in this. I hope you guys are enjoying my rewrite of Black Panther proper, as I call it. But yeah, the whole arc for Shuri is preparing her to be Queen Regent in case her brother will have to go elsewhere to settle Wakanda matters. You know what I'm saying? Or any political business that takes them away from protecting Wakanda, because that's the whole point of Black Panther. He is not only the king, but he's also the protector of the nation, and he has to be there sometimes. So she has to rule in his stead while he's away. But people doubt her too because she's a tech wizard, not a warrior. Now you might have some scenes where she practices with Nakia, and she get knocked flat on her ass. Excuse me, you know, and Okoye watches that, of course, because she's also not only a general but also the guard to the princess, and she sees it. And, there's the she might say pathetic. You know what I'm saying? This is Okoye, but Nakia says you were doing good. You even had me on the roast for that moment. And of course, Okoye being a spy and a scout, but still a door. She knows how to fight dirty, in a way. So that's giving a little more information about their sisterly bond. Like she might do a little trip on Shuri, throwing her off balance and knock her down. Like she learns how to teach her to do that, right? You know, and Okoye just looks at her, and she even looks at Nakia with disgust too, because that's not warrior like. She has her own little rigid viewpoints on how the Adore should conduct themselves in combat. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Here's another thing that bugged me about Black Panther proper. A random Adore Malaje dies by the hand of Killmonger, and we're supposed to be treating it like it's important. Just a random girl just getting her throat slit, and we're supposed to treat it as important. They do a quick slowdown of her falling to the ground after she get her throat slit, and somehow Okoye fights harder. I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. So instead of it just being a random Adore, Okoye will die in this movie. So sorry, Denai Gurura fans. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michonne fans. She's gonna die in this movie. But who's gonna be the new general in her place? It will be Nakia. Nakia will be the general in the next Infinity War. Yeah, that's stupid. That's queer baiting. Child of the Flower. That was queer baiting because it's established that she's married to Wakabe.
Yeah.
Plays right into the subject too.
Say again, Brian.
Plays right into the subject of tokenization too. There's your
Yeah,
token lesbian characters right there.
Yeah, that's yep. I what Flower just put up, I was thinking that same thing too. That's what I said when I saw that. I said, okay, there's a little tokenization going on there. I
Implying
think
that
I
she's
even
bi.
heard some. Yeah, and I think I read somewhere that's what I don't know wherever, but they were trying to imply they wanted to add that into Black Panther. So yeah, they were onto that. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go ahead.
No,
But
it's okay.
I'm glad I'm the only one who got that vibe too, because I got that vibe too when that happened.
Yeah, there were articles talking about something that she could be that she could be potentially les or bi, despite
Yeah,
her
and I said,
being married.
well, again, disrespecting the male figure, getting disrespected again, feeling they're being married to me.
Worse,
Yeah.
they're disrespecting African culture too.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, yes.
Yes, really. Just shows you.
But what representation are you really representing, Marvel and Disney? You tell me.
You know what? Neostar mentioned this sort of thing too, where Black people are not allowed to be straight anymore. They have to be gay or lesbian or bisexual or what have you now.
I brought that up too a few times in many a Twitter thread. But yeah,
And
speaking of which, where is he at? He should have been here. This should have been right up his alley.
And if they are, and if
I'd love to hear
going
it.
Sorry, go ahead, Leia.
Real quick, and I'll get back to your rewrite because it's fabulous. But Brian, I've said if they are now they're not allowed to be heterosexual anymore. If it is an LBG couple, you notice it has to be a mixed race LBG couple. It can't be two white LBGT or two black LBGT. It has to be one is white, but has to be another color or another race, something like that.
Yeah, they
My
try to impart the
goodness.
feminization. Now, you, I will
Yes.
say this before I continue. You did bring up the defeminization of women. They want to take that out and transplant it into the males.
Ooh.
They
Yes.
defeminize the women so they can
Yes.
feminize the males.
Yes.
So yeah,
Basically,
yeah.
role reversal there.
hmm Which I'm okay. Well, no, I'll take that back. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay
Okay.
with that. I'm okay with flamboyancy. Drag queens, princess ilk when they're very out there and gaudy. I'm okay with stuff
Hmm.
like that. I'm not okay with a message trying to say for you to survive in this world as a female, you have to be a male. For you to really live with your dignity as a man, you have to take away your masculinity.
Right.
Those are the messages
What's wrong with a
that they're
girl just being
giving.
a tomboy too?
Yeah, they're trying to rewrite tomboy. What it means to be a tomboy. My here's my inkling of a tomboy. Really, it's more of a very fiery woman that's action
Yep.
oriented, that takes action, takes matters to her own hands. She not it's not the princess won't wait for a knight to save her. No, it's a woman that wants to take action alongside with the men. And I'm talking about with the men, not against the man. I'm
Not
talking
in
about standing
spite of them
beside,
either.
be it standing behind them or standing beside them. Either way, she's content because she's there. She's there to participate with the men.
Yep.
I'm
That's
I'm gonna get into that comment real quick. But yeah,
okay.
that's my observation of the tomboy is that they don't treat the men no differently, and the men don't treat them no differently either. There's never once have I ever came across a storyline with a tomboy where her question of her gender was ever a factor. That she was there to help the men, and the men were there to help her too. So we got the '90s shows like say Elisa Maza with the gargoyles. She may be human, but she's a tomboy too. But she joined the police force to help the gargoyles after a while upon meeting Goliath. You got two females in a superhero group. Maybe well let's go with Teen Titans, Starfire and Raven. You got them. They're working alongside the men. There's never a case of them calling the boys out for being sexist or anything like that. So I digress. Back to the rewrite. So I got Okoye's position in this story, which is
Mhm.
passing the mantle of general to Nakia. I'm going to get into that a bit of how that happens. Um, she's also going to be recognizing King T'Challa as the rightful king, not necessarily like as the rightful king, but she do believes that T'Challa has what it takes to protect their nation upon her death, and she sacrificed herself to reach that conclusion, which I'm going to get into in a bit. Um, I was going to question whether I was going to bring in Martin Freeman, but everybody was against it, so I was like, yeah, okay, we're not going to bring in
Yeah.
Martin Freeman.
He was the token white guy in that film. He was so wasted. But I never really liked him in that role in the first place. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
like Martin Freeman. Bilbo is cool, but I never liked him in that role. Even in Civil War, I'm like, I don't believe this guy. I don't believe
hmm
this casting at all.
He is
But
an actual comic book character. He is actually
yeah,
a comic book character, but
yes,
yeah,
yeah, I agree with you. But I just felt Martin Freeman was miscast. That's the best way I can. And he
I
was
would
really
say
wasted Black Panther.
I will say is if I had to add him in, he would definitely be filling the flight role. He would still be because that was kind of like a character ability that he had in the comics. He flies planes real good. Like he's basically Marvel's Steve Trevor in that
Okay.
regard. So he
Yeah.
so he so he wouldn't be just chasing around convoys of shipped vibranium. He'll be he'll be assisting air support in the fight between Wakanda's and the mercenaries and Killmonger's warlords.
Yep.
And of course we will get we'll look we will be getting that villain speech from Killmonger in that one fight between him and T'Challa. So he but it'll be retooled, of course. So he'll meet T'Challa face to face. You know, he'll still and also he's not going to get no nanofiber fiber vibranium suit like he did in the movie proper. He's still going to wear his he's still going to wear that Vegeta armor that he wore, as they like to call it. And here's the kicker about his armor though. His armor is actually vibranium steel because we because in the movie proper, um, Ulysses Claw has acquired a few vibranium material. So he was the proprietor of Killmonger's vibranium armor proper. He's still gonna wear that badass mask too. Definitely gonna wear that mask they wore in the trailer and in the movie where he flips on. He's not gonna get that from a museum. That's gonna be his warlord helmet, or at least the mask that he wears when he conquers tribes, villages, possibly other nations. He's gonna be a bad guy. Let's just say that. We'll cover his backstory. He came from nothing. He rose to power. You know, he killed other warlords. Killed many people. Uh, he even they like they built a hype around Killmonger in the first movie being the type of soldier that goes into to nations and just wipe them out completely. You know, starve out their resources, whatever. I'm not getting that. I'm supposed to sympathize with him, but you listen to all his pedigree of him being a villain, and yeah, I'm supposed to sympathize. No, we're gonna be stone cold with this guy, hardcore. He's gonna be villain through and through. Everything we'll get this information from Wakabe, or at least from Nakia since she's a spy, right? She's like he's been going around swooping up nations under his wing, trying to conquer villages, uh recruit child soldiers. That's going to come into play because Africa has a child soldier problem. We even see that in the first movie proper. Don't even go back to that at all. Don't even go back to that at all. He's just a child. Never go back to that. So we need to build up Killmonger as a very detestable villain. So this is where we get the villain speech, which is I killed in every nation. But let's just limit it to Africa, shall we? Right.
Right.
The villain speech is he's gonna here's the overconfidence that oozes out of Killmonger. He takes off his vibranium armor in front of T'Challa. So yeah,
Big
ladies, we're gonna
mistake.
get some, but that's where his confidence comes in. But this is for the ladies, Brian. This is for the ladies. Ladies love them some Michael B. Jordan bod. So he's gonna get that speech while he's removing his. So he's gonna get that villain speech while he's removing his armor and his shirt. He says, I killed in Nigeria, I killed in Libya, Ghana, even South Africa, all to get to here, all to claim what you claim, all to acquire so I can reach my arm across the nations, across the seas. Yes, Michael B. Jordan's going to do that African accent. I don't care how good he will be with it, but he's going to be speaking with an African accent. He's not going to be speaking hip hop, okay? But
Right.
that's how it's going. But but given what whoever delivers that message, I'm debating on whether it's Wakabe or Nakia that delivers that exposition about Killmonger's campaign. You can feel it ooze out of that speech. He says, I've killed many villagers. I regret nothing. They're nothing to me. Just a means to an end. You know, that's where that ooze comes from. Like you feel it. You feel it. You feel that evilness come from. He has no heart. It's just black in his chest, black in his eyes.
So elemental
Nothing
evil.
matters. There you go. There you go, Brian. And of course we have Claw going to acquire Bucky, whereas Killmonger is going to take that. Now his aim is if he takes down the King, Wakanda falls. But he's not there to claim Wakanda. He's there to claim Wakanda's resources, right? But if you take down the King, leaderless. That's how he goes. He's you can see it displayed in. We'll get a shot of him killing a warrior in a village, a warrior as a symbol as to what his aim will be to Wakanda. You get to the village, you see the body fall, and he has this sneer on his face. Or at least he's holding them up by his head. You know what I'm saying? And you get a quick cut of him cutting off his head. You don't see him cut it off, mind you, but you see him just swing, cut the black. But that was the village chief. You know what I'm saying? That was the village. Say that's the village chief that he conquered. So you get what I'm saying. Set up and pay off on the villain's aim. Take down, cut the king's head off. The nation falls. So you got that. Now, how is he gonna fight T'Challa? Claw has, as I said in the previous stream, Claw has this device that's going to destabilize the vibranium in T'Challa's nanosuit. So T'Challa's yes, I'm going to depower T'Challa here. He's still going to have his strength and speed and agility and all, but he still has to be very careful because it's his vibranium suit turned off. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to fight Killmonger evenly now. Now, of course, we go back to Bucky's retrieval end. So this is where we get to how Okoye dies. So Shuri is Shuri's workstation is where Bucky is, or at least close to Bucky's end. But she's also trying to disable the device that Ulysses has set up. So she's hacking into it, and of course Ulysses is not no stupid man. He's going to go to a source of what's interfering with his device, right? So he's going to attack Shuri, but he's being stopped by Okoye and Nakia.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody's asking, which I'm pretty sure you're not asking, but I'm going to answer a non-existent question here. Where's Wakabe in this one? Wakabe is heading the forces that are fighting against the enemy forces. That's where he's going to be specifically. Hey, Neil Star, by the way, the brilliant star that shines through the night, the surge of power that jumpstarts justice. Rise on man stands before you. Rise on man. Rise on man. Kadi kiti ka. Rise on man. Rise on man. Shin woo he kick pow. Okay. There you go, buddy. That's all for you. I know we've been kind of scarce on the Rise of Man theme song, but there you go.
Yeah.
Anyways, if you joined in late, Neil Star, I'm actually talking about my rewrite of Black Panther proper, because that was a terrible movie, bar none. Anyways, it was a clunky ass movie, very clunky movie. Anyways, so Wakabe is going to still be the good guy. He's also going to be Oh wow, I hope you're okay, dude. Anyways, let me add this. Wakabe is also staunch vouching for T'Challa being the king. Only person that's some semi on the fritz of T'Challa's rule is Okoye. But Wakabe is dead on. Like he's a general too of Wakanda's forces. Now he's willing to be. He's also a patient leader too. That's why he's on T'Challa's side. Because he's known to be very question like back then when T'Chaka was ruling, he questioned T'Chaka and his abilities to rule because he would be so quick to action. You know what I'm saying? He was always quick to action, whereas Okoye was very agreeable with T'Chaka's quick to action. Whereas now T'Challa's sitting at the seat, the roles have reversed. Now
Right.
Wakabe is on board with T'Challa's wait in the bushes and assess the situation, whereas Okoye is against that. You see where I'm going with that with the inner conflicts between who vouches for who in this regard. So Wakabe again heading the forces because he's been preparing the forces like T'Challa ordered him. Prepare the forces, make sure there's no back end, no go path, no strafe, nothing, right? But somehow they managed to do that. Somehow. I haven't thought of what that would have been because again, um, Claw gets close to Bucky. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Um, and of course, Killmonger is going to T'Challa because that's his goal, which is remove the head of the nation, and the nation crumbles. So oh, by the way, no villain deaths this time at all. We're not gonna kill villains here. So
Ooh.
and I know Wakanda's different. They're not like superheroes, but that's T'Challa's thinking. We're not gonna kill today. Kill violence beget violence. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm.
so he's gonna take down. He's not gonna kill Killmonger, and Killmonger's not gonna commit seppuku. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Killmonger's not gonna commit seppuku like he did in the movie. That's a nice speech he gave. Bury me where they bury my ancestors did in the oceans, because they believe. Who are you to say whether the people on the ships believed? You just romanticizing the slavery there. Sorry. I heard like every time bro, that's deep, but shut up. That's why I kept saying to the screen. I'm like, bro, shut up. You're not even you're not even a conquered person. Your daddy ain't even a conquered person. He came there as a spy. And suddenly he grew a conscience for black folk. They're not even your people. Not even your tribesmen. Wakanda's a nation, not a tribe. That's
It's like they
BS.
literally, it's like they literally think that all black people live in tribes or some nonsense like that.
Or a monolith for that matter. Like you have never been to Africa at all. I've never been to Africa, and I hear that no, they don't like each other either. Any tribe,
Mm.
any other tribe, or any other kingdom don't like each other. They have a. That's why we have so many warlords and rebels and dictators. They don't like each other.
No, they do not.
And I'm hearing Njumbu giving that speech to Chaka before he dies. I'm like, bruh, you're not even a conquered person. How you suddenly growing a conscience? Ryan Coogler has no idea what he's talking about when he writes this stuff. And to think, I like his Creed movies to some extent. Anyways, I digress. So yeah. So let's get to the Okoye versus Ulysses Claw fight. Okoye Nakia protecting Shuri. Uh, good one. Child of the Flower. She
That is
says,
a good one.
good example of the whole black unity is crap. Rwanda genocide of 1994. Definitely. Hotel Rwanda was a very impactful movie that I watched, and Don Cheadle, a Marvel actor, was in that one. Definitely.
I
But
heard about that film, but I never went and seen it. Is it? I heard it was pretty good.
It is. It's got very disturbing scenes too. It's both off screen and on screen. There was a scene where somebody explained to Cheeto's character,
Hmm.
whoever he's playing in the movie, I forgot the name, but she explained that somebody was getting hacked to death via machete, screaming, "I will no longer be Tutsi. I will no longer be Tutsi." Still screaming that while being hacked to death.
Oof,
That's
that's rough.
that was that was explained, but you can put that image into your head. There's another scene where they're heading home to Rwanda, and it's supposed to be a flat road, right? It's basically a dirt road, but it's flat road, and all of a sudden you hearing the car going boom 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 boom. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And mind you,
Oh yeah.
they're driving through a mist, a semi mist, right? But then they stopped and they stepped outside, and it's nothing but a road full of bodies piled onto it, dead
That is awful.
bodies. That's a horrific image. They were they were wondering if they broken the axle somewhere, right? And they stopped and realized that they were running over dead bodies. And he
Hmm.
says, let's get them off the road. Who knows how long it took for him to get those bodies off the road? But when he was done, when they were all done and they got back home, he was John Chill did a good job showing how traumatized he was, because he said not a word to his wife or anybody who was in that room that they went into. He just sat there and it's like she just said no word and he cried. Oh yeah, he cried.
Hmm. Yeah.
Very impactful movie. But I digress again. So yeah. So back to Okoye. So Shuri's close to disabling the device. Claw is about to attack her with his sonic cannon, because Schooner asks, "Is he going to have a sonic cannon?" Yes, he will, because his arm was removed in Age of Ultron, so he will have a sonic cannon. He has a sonic cannon. He's about to attack her with it. Okoye throws her spear into his arm, disabling his sonic cannon. Claw pulls out a gun. Okoye runs and takes the bullet. Despite what she said about this little cub, like a panther protecting a cub, she jumps in and takes the bullet. Whereas Nakia in this instance, she was knocked out. She was down for the count by Claw while she was protecting Shuri. Okoye comes in, throws the spear, disables the arm with his left hand. With the left hand, Claw pulls out the gun, about ready to shoot her. I think it's the left hand. I'm not sure, but whatever. Um, she takes the bullet. Nakia knocks him out and puts him down for the count. And this is where we get the sad moment, of course. Okoye, you know, Shuri asks, I thought you didn't really take stock into me. And of course, you get that
Yeah.
spiel of, yes, I said it, but I never thought that. I just want you to be to really be sure of yourself, something like that. Even if you are a cub, you know what I'm saying? Something to that
Yep.
effect. Um, she urges Nakia to come to her, and she let's just say either she touches her hand or she. Oh, here's another thing. The designs of the Adora Milaje. Only the
Right.
general wears gold. Only the
Makes
general wears
sense.
gold. So the rest will wear silver. What Nakia will be in the silver garb, right? So this is what
Yep.
Okoye do. She'll tear off she'll tear off Nakia's shoulder one of her shoulder armor, and tears off her gold one and hands it to her. And she says, "You are now general. Protect this little cub." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get you.
So that's what she'll say to Nakia in reference to Shuri. She's like you're general now. Protect this little cub. And she says, "Long live T'Challa," and she dies. That's
Oof,
that
that's
that
some heavy stuff.
That will be her acceptance of King T'Challa. She's ready to embrace T'Challa's ideals, but she'll embrace them as well in the grave. So her final line will be "Long live King T'Challa," and that's
That
where
is
she'll die.
heavy.
Would you say, Brian?
That's some heavy stuff right there.
Yep. So yeah, that's where her arc will end. I don't know if I will have her married to Wakabi or not. Maybe we'll have a final send off for her, like via the burial of Qui-Gon Jinn. So we'll see that happen. Oh, I never mentioned Zuri, Forrest Whitaker's character. Zuri's not gonna die. Zuri's gonna be the uncle, the mentor figure to T'Challa in this movie. So he'll be imparting wisdom on how T'Challa's gonna approach his people to make sure that they know that he's ready to rule Wakanda. That he's not gonna be tyrannical in his approach in ruling Wakanda. He's like the only familial tie that he has now that both parents are gone. So Zuri's not gonna die. Forrest Whitaker, we're gonna milk him for his work. We're gonna pay him the amount, definitely, bar none. So he's gonna be in this movie. He's gonna be the Uncle Iroh, if you will, for reference, for frame of reference. He's gonna be the Uncle Iroh to T'Challa. He's gonna be the mentor figure. So we're not gonna have Angela Bassett, but we're still gonna have Forrest Whitaker, and I can still have Dan Kaluuya, but again, I'm not gonna make him a villain. He's gonna be cool. So yeah, and Lupita Nyong'o, she's still gonna be Nakia. So she's gonna be General Nakia in Infinity War. Now I haven't explained how T'Challa's gonna defeat Killmonger, but that can go either way. But again, he's not gonna die. Ulysses Claw's not gonna die. They're gonna be prisoners, but they're gonna be in the case of Ulysses Claw, he's gonna be shipped towards whoever's looking for him to capture him, or at least to put him behind bars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, prison.
Yep. Killmonger will stay in Wakanda behind bars. You know, you get that whole villain speech like, I will get out, and I will take your nation. I see the bigger picture now. That I'm gonna do more than take your head, but I will take your nation and sit on this throne as king. You know, something like that. Because he was only there for the weapons. He was only there for the weapons. But now he's seeing, you know, this is a big nation. I want to take it. Or maybe that would be his ultimate aim too in the beginning of the movie. He wants to take Wakanda for a nation. You know, it's like what's a village to a nation to him?
He'll want to be a usurper.
Yep, definitely a usurper, and they ain't gonna have that. And they sure as hell not gonna be open to Killmonger's idea of ruling either. That's another thing that bugged me about that movie. That everybody is so on board with what Killmonger is doing, even to the point where just him threatening a woman is getting them on board. Wow, y'all some pussies. Y'all some big pussies. You just pussified Wakanda. I was hoping. Go ahead.
I wouldn't think that everybody would be on board with what Killmonger is going with because it's a big nation. And so some people are going to be for him, others will be against him for different reasons.
Yeah, Ryan Coogler wasn't ready to tell that story either. That's why his writing sucks.
No, he would not.
But yeah, like if I was going with him, I would make sure that every nation was not on board. Like if I had to rewrite a certain thing, like we still believe that T'Challa still lives. You know, like this is not T'Challa's ruling. Not no last minute. You are not Wakandan, or at least you're not my king. Like what Okoye says.
Yep.
All because he's not going to answer T'Challa's challenge. I'm like, That's flimsy, very flimsy. Considering that she was
Mm,
on board with serving whoever sits on that throne as she protests to Nakia. That's why I'm saying
yeah,
like simple rewrites will fix all that. That
yeah,
fat trimming,
yeah.
simple.
It'd
Oh,
be like say, uh, I was gonna say it'd be like if every mutant on Earth sided with Magneto or something like that.
mm-hmm. We all know Aaron Mune's not on board with Magneto's idea.
Nope. And some don't even have an opinion whatsoever.
hmm So yeah, so we're not gonna do any hip hop music at the end of the credits. Sorry, Kendrick, we're not doing that. You're good. You're a good rapper, but we don't need you in this case. So it's gonna be the you know African warrior drums, you know African jungle beats and stuff like that. So it's gonna end like that with that music. Now, end credit scene. Anybody, are you ready for this, Brian?
I'm ready.
So here's the shot. So cut in Shuri going into the tent, but we switch shots to T'Challa, but we're framing him from behind. Somebody joins them to they're at a lake. They're at a lake, right?
Right.
Enjoying the scenery. Somebody joins him alongside him. It's Steve.
Mm. Captain
So
America.
yep. So again, stay firmly towards their back, right?
Yep.
So Steve looks to T'Challa and he asks, I thought I thought he's like, I thought you said that they won't be able to penetrate Wakanda. And T'Challa fires back, they got an inch, but we didn't give them a mile.
Good one liner.
Yeah, that like him being T'Challa, he's like yeah, they got an inch, but we never gave them a mile. And of course you get the Chris Evans that kind of snide like that okay, I get you.
Oh yeah.
He's like oh okay. He's and and of course Steve is giving that whole storms growing spiel from Terminator kind of shindig, which is kind of like it's in a way kind of like referencing Infinity War, but
Mm.
but then you hear a voice coming in, and he asks, the voice comes in and says, "Hey partner, where's the fight?" And it's Bucky's voice, but you don't see Bucky. You just see Steve turn around and say, or at least he don't say nothing. He just speechless because he's surprised that he got his friend back. And cut to black. And of course, you get the title Black Panther will return in Infinity War and woo, 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 woo.
Good lead
Yep.
up to that.
So, and mind you, this rewrite will not contradict what will happen in, yeah, definitely Manui, definitely. But yeah, yeah, that would not um mess the flow with Infinity War. It will just know that the parts that are played positions. Like I said, we got better written characters this time around. That's the only difference is that Shuri's now a self-assured tech wizard. Nakia is now the general of oh, thank you, Childflower. She's clapping, she's applauding.
Mhm.
So yeah, like I said in the last stream, Shuri's a well realized character. She now knows her place. She's going to take regent of the throne when T'Challa has to leave. She's now yep, yep, definitely. I basically made her an actual character. That's basically what I did. Because she disappears in Infinity War completely disappear in Infinity War. You don't even, in fact, you don't even see her in Endgame.
Nope.
If I recall, you do not see her in Endgame. You don't even see. I think. Let me look it. Let me check, just to be
Who
sure.
did you?
Because
I just came back from getting my limited. Who did you don't see? But I was listening to you, Commander.
yeah,
I'm
you don't
sorry.
see. What I'm saying is you don't see Nakia in Endgame, if I
Oh
recall.
no, yeah, you don't. I don't remember seeing her at all.
Because
Or
because
Infinity War.
yeah, she's a non-character in excuse me in she's non-existent in Infinity War, and she doesn't even show up in Endgame. Last time I checked, when it show up when it show Black Panther and
Right.
his crew, all you see is Shuri and Okoye, but you don't. I think you see M'Baku maybe.
You think maybe Feige was just emphasizing that those are the stronger characters or something? I don't know. He's so crazy with his wokeness in his mind right now
Mm,
that
but
maybe
yeah,
that he felt that's what we black women wanted to see. I don't know what his crazy mind.
but yeah,
Um,
again through Okoye's sacrifice, it bolster Shuri's self assurance in a position to play her part in the royalty, if you will, which is
well,
Yeah.
which is which is serving which is serving when T'Challa leaves. So, like I said, when we go into Infinity War, Nakia is now the general. She is now the general of the Ador Malaji. We still got Wakabi as the general of the Wakandan army. So we're gonna get a call back to we're gonna see them back again in Infinity War. Again, Shuri is gonna be the well realized. She's gonna work with Banner to remove the Banner's not. You know what? That's the Russo's game. But they I'm gonna make sure they don't write my characters properly. I'm gonna make sure of that.
Oh,
Like, hey man, or at least from what I heard, everybody collaborated. That's why Infinity War worked so well. That's why certain characters didn't act differently than what they did in their respectable movies. So like when the Guardians came in, that was all James Gunn writing injected into that. When we got to the Guardians half of Infinity War, right?
hmm
mhm.
So I'm to
And that
assume that Black Panther and everybody else, and along with Steve and the rest of the Avengers, was all the Russos.
I
So
think so. Yeah.
so I'm gonna make sure to put in those. Hey man, don't make no snotty jokes with these characters.
the
Like
No
like
segment,
siree.
the segment in the segment in Infinity War with Strange and the Guardians and Tony was some of my favorite parts. I was wondering
yeah.
how they were going to write that, and they wrote that so beautifully. They did.
So yeah.
They it all blended in really good.
So if I
So
had to
yeah.
collaborate with the Russos, I was like, hey man, don't make Shuri a little child. She's not a child anymore. She's a in her arc in Black Panther, my rewrite, she's coming to age. She's coming to her own. She don't have mommy and daddy with her no more. She's got her big brother to lead her. She's got Juri to guide her. She has Nakia to support her, so that she
Exactly.
can so now she can stand on her own. She's got a support system to to stand with. And I repeat that. She's got T'Challa to lead her. She's got Nakia to support her. She got Zuri to mentor her, and she doesn't have her parents to do that no more. She's got parental and father and brother figures to rely on now. So she's a realized character, and she's coming to her own. So I implore the Russos to not treat her with kid gloves. Not saying
Exactly.
not saying in put her above everybody else. No, make sure you write her respecting her elders, like Dr. Banner. Like what you explained earlier, Leia. Her in a way kind of collaborating.
Right. Right. Yeah. Not.
Like 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 she says, oh, we may have a way to separate you from your from the other guy. And Bruce says, no, 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 that won't be necessary. Him and I, we need to have a quick discussion. But thank you anyways. You know, she's now like respectable. She's offering her assistance. You know, being altruistic in that regard.
Right.
Then of course we still got that banter. Of course, like I still need a little more time, big brother. You know,
Yeah.
I mean my king. No, just keep calling. No, it's fine. Just keep doing what you're doing. Like the stuff, something like that. Like she's still trying to weave around the whole whether she needs to call him big brother while he's working, or does she still have to address him as my king? You know.
Right. Yeah.
You get a little bit. That's kind of like the little quick banter they have. Like I'm still working on the big. I mean my king. And he's got that.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that. Just pick up the pace, okay? Yes, my king. That's like when he says that, he's like it's like just keep doing your best. Kind of like that brother. He still got that brotherly love. It's like just keep doing your best. And she says, right, my king. That's when she snaps to it like boom. Like now she's got like look, we ain't got no this ain't no fun and games. Don't be fumbling in your words. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That
Don't
works a
fumble
lot
them as
better.
bad as I did earlier. Don't fumble your words as bad as I did earlier.
Yeah. So she's like yes, my king. And he's like it's like you're doing a good job though. You know, something like that. He's like or like
Did
we'll
you
still continue. We're still buying you some time. Something like that.
quick question and then we
Hmm.
move on. But I stepped away. Did you talk about how would you rewrite the ending of Black Panther? Did you already say that? Your
Yeah,
rewrite of the ending?
yeah, I already
Okay.
did the end credits. There ain't no
Okay.
BS. Him addressing the United Nations, open the whole open borders BS spiel. No, this is this is a this is where I'm coming at with this rewrite. This is a movie about Black Panther and Wakanda, not the nations. We're talking about the nation of Wakanda. We're supposed to show Wakanda's strength, its diplomacy, its might, and its world building. Where does it fit in the Marvel universe?
Right.
We're not talking about its addressed to the world. We're talking about what's going on in the inner workings of Wakanda. Now, maybe now I'm bringing that up. Maybe that's how Ulysses Claw got in. Somebody was a traitor in their midst.
Hmm.
Somebody who wasn't
Right.
on board with T'Challa's line of thinking, and they think that the warlord will be the one to take hold because because the warlord reminded him of T'Chaka in his warring days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
What if Wakandans were warlords at one point before the meteor hit?
Right.
Let's say that like Wakandans were warlords back then,
Right.
and until the meteor dropped,
Right.
and that's when they built a civilization and they got civilized. In fact, I said what they were once tribes, but they became a nation together,
Right.
a sovereign nation together, and they became Wakanda.
Right.
Who's to say? Who's to say? But that's what I mean by like the way how T'Chaka used to rule was back when they were in their warring days until T'Chaka civilized everybody, and then T'Challa civilized them even more. You know what I'm saying? We're not warmongering anymore. You know,
Hmm.
something like that. So
Mhm.
that's where we can get that inner conflict too. But that's my Black Panther rewrite. If you guys got anything to add or you want to rate it, go ahead. Um,
Mhm.
sorry I took 2 hours of your time with it.
It's fine. I actually thought it was pretty interesting. Sounds way
Ga-
more than what they're putting on the screen these days.
yeah. Gamer mentions the kids. He says, remember the final scene with the original film with the kids talking about stripping the ship for parts. Yeah, that was dumb.
Yeah. And then you said you didn't want any. I don't know if you mentioned this, but you said you didn't want the soundtrack to be hip hop music. You want a
Yeah, I
traditional
mentioned that
African?
too.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
that's what I'm
would
saying.
say, oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that it's what you just described was way more interesting than what we got on screen. And it's way more interesting what the MCU is doing right now. The MCU, and when we're talking about this, and we've mentioned this before, is that many YouTubers are so busy talking about Kathleen Kennedy and her screw ups, which is rightly so, because mostly everything she's doing now is tokenism. That's it. And the Indy will be an absolute tokenized garbage fest mess. But within the
Right.
MCU, and nobody seems to want to talk about Kevin Feige or get on Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige needs to be jumped on because he has
Mhm.
definitely caught the woke disease. He got in bed with Kathleen Kennedy. He got in bed with Brie Larson. You know, when you lay down with dogs, you catch fleas. So he caught the woke virus from them. And so
Yep.
now he has absolutely turned his back and betrayed and throw away everything the MCU has been about for the last 10 years. Loki is and I'm sorry if you're in the chat and you like Loki. I'll speak for myself, but I think Loki is a woke fest pandering disaster mess. You can even look by the poster that Loki is absolutely a mess. And it seems to be, again, tearing down these popular white characters. We like Loki. Loki was a villain, but, he was a villain that you liked. But on the show, they completely stripped that from him. And he becomes again, another guest star in his own show. It's like he's not even there. And I was going to bring this up, and Midnight's Edge, and Brian, the video is on MeWe, but if you're on Facebook, I can send it to you. I send it to the group, the commander that I'm in. Did a segment, and bring it up some more. Did a segment on Kevin Feige's turn to the woke side, and a lot of it has to do with. I think this is true, and this can be a separate topic. But and I mentioned this to Wolf, but I believe Hollywood hates pop culture. Hollywood, and them say
Oh,
they hate these brands. Go ahead, Brian.
well,
Hollywood. Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Hollywood doesn't really much like anything. Like, look at all those bad video game adaptation movies they've done over the years. Every single one of them was
That's
crap.
old school Hollywood, though.
Even then, though, still.
Yeah.
I kind of miss old school Hollywood. That was very very skeptical, very skeptical about a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things movie wise, like they were very skeptical of the superhero movie at one point, right? Until the MCU happened. I miss old school Hollywood where they doubt that doubt challenged writers and filmmakers. They put that challenge in there, so
Right.
I kind of missed that.
What were
These
you
days
saying,
it's
Brian?
like, go ahead, Brian.
You get what I'm saying, though, right?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I was giving a diatribe like I miss old school Hollywood where old school Hollywood at least leave the chance open for challenge. They don't want challenge no more.
Nope. They just want to do everything the easy way.
Right, and that's why we're getting a lot of reboots. They are, and that could be another topic too. They are reboot in obsessed. It's reboot, remake, bringing back. But one for Samuel Proctor had a comment for you with
Yeah,
Where you left.
for you, Wolf. If you
yeah,
want to read that, okay.
yeah. I was
Did you read?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I wanted to read it after I was done, but if you want to keep going. I'll read it after you're done.
I was going to say that they are obsessed with reboots, but I also think the reason they're remaking this film is that I believe they want to tokenize them. Since we're in the subject of tokenization, they want to go back. They are so obsessed. They're trying to almost rewrite a century. They want to rewrite a whole culture. So they want to go back and they want to tear down very popular franchises and wokeify them to fit their own political agenda. And that's why we're getting so many remakes of classic films and TV shows from the 80s and the 90s and a little bit part of the 2000s, because it's just like you said, Commander, back then people cared about their work. They were creative. They take chances. And as you said, they don't want to do that anymore. They want an easy, quick buck to throw out there to the public. They don't want to think about anything. For heaven's sakes, they're doing a Scooby-Doo show with Velma and no Scooby-Doo. I'm like, Velma wasn't that interesting. I mean, my goodness, and all of it's probably just
They're
it's
trying to
really
elevate
politics.
Velma so much because they're the thing is when it comes to Velma Dinkley, I think her last name is.
Dinkins or Dinkley, yeah. Does she is because she fits their agenda? Is
That too, but here's I'm gonna go into detail as to why that they're trying to fit that into their agenda. They're trying to really hijack the image of the intelligent woman.
Hmm.
That's why you see a lot of SJ hobos in the writing aspect too, like Gail Simone, G.
oh yeah.
Wilson, Saman Amanut, and
Yeah.
even what's that broad that what's that broad that did I'm not Starfire's daughter.
I know you talk about.
Um,
I can't think of her name right now, but I know
I'm
who you
looking
talk
on the
about.
name myself. I know who it is though.
I don't care. Somebody might tell me in the comments, but her too. Have you noticed that they look like Velma?
Oh, now that you mention it, yes, they do. Very much do.
That's why they're trying to hijack what to them is their version of the very strong, independent, intelligent woman. So they'll latch on to. That's why they're making a Scooby Doo without Daphne and just Velma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of
Daphne
Oh,
see that.
oh no!
Daphne
Look,
don't
I got
fit.
the name of the author right here. Mariko Tamaki.
Yeah, her that
That's her.
broad.
Yeah, that lady. Yeah.
But no, what I'm saying is that's the reason why Velma's only in the picture and not Daphne or Fred or even Shaggy.
Or even
From
Scooby
what I
Doo, the
heard.
dog. Not even I heard the Scooby Doo ain't in it either.
Then why name it Scoob? Why name it Scoob or Scooby when you should just name it Velma? If you want, look, I'm okay with a Velma story. I'm even okay with a standalone Velma story or even a standalone Fred and Daphne story. Like you can do look. Scooby and Shaggy had a show of their own called
Mm-hmm.
Scooby and Shaggy Get a Clue. You know, before we
Yep.
got before we got the more superior Scooby Mystery Incorporated, though I didn't really like Fred's characterization in season 1 of that show, which was silly in itself.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
they improved it in season 2 from what I heard. I think I'm not sure,
I never
but
took to it.
so yeah, like I said, like if Shag and Scoob get their own little show, I'm okay with Velma getting her own show. Don't have to necessarily be a full series. It could be just a show that had 5 episodes at least, a short story even, or a short animated one off. So I'm okay. The thing is, why'd you title it Scooby Doo when it's all about Velma?
But here's the thing that gets me though. It goes back to tokenization, and what and you bring up a good point, Commander, about the smart woman or the intelligent woman, which is nothing wrong. But I'm trying to find the words. I just think that they're writing about themselves. They're trying to put
Yep.
self-insert.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about
Mm-hmm.
themselves because they hate the fact that they aren't the babe or they aren't sexy or they don't feel that way, but they're really smart. So I don't know.
And
What
obnoxious
is the
with it too.
yeah, obnoxious
Oh
with it.
yeah.
So what is the intention? Yeah, that's another thing. Obnoxiousness does not equal smart. It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
equal strong. It doesn't equal stunning and brave. Obnoxiousness is obnoxiousness. It's not a good trait on anybody. So just because you're a woman and you're being obnoxious and rude, that doesn't make you strong at all.
Makes you
There's
weak.
lots about that. And that's what they're teaching these young girls. It does. It makes you weak. And that's what they're teaching these young girls. Excuse
They're
me, that's
raising these girls to be mean girls, basically.
yeah, they are. That's exactly what they're doing. They're raising, and they think that that is what they're supposed to be. You're right, Brian. They're raising these girls to be mean because they think mean equals strong. They say mean equals stunning and brave. They think mean equals you're the bestest ever. So they're trying to put all that in there, and that's a terrible message to send to them. And I just think, like you said, with this Velma show, what is the purpose of making this? I think it's a self validate, a self validation
Validated.
for themselves. Yeah, a self validation Just like you said, because guys, I just feel like the Scooby Doo brand is like beating a dead horse. What else can they do with it? Really, what else would they do with it? Now, Wolf, like you
I
said,
was
maybe.
I was still liking the route that they were taking with Mystery Incorporated. And I know I see Melissa voicing her disagreements about it. It's not nihilistic. It really wasn't. They were still together. They were still doing stuff. It wasn't really a deconstructionist show. It poked fun at the material, yes, but it wasn't. It was by no means deconstructing anything. What what I loved about Mystery Incorporated was the fact that yeah, they were still they were like celebrities in a way. They everybody knew the mystery gang in that
Mm-hmm.
world. It was until they started confronting real monsters and real supernatural events. That's where they were getting their challenge at. They had this idea that since Velma had a friend that she's somehow lesbian. I don't think no. She was having a crush. She was crushing on Shaggy. She still was crushing on Shaggy,
Yeah, yeah.
which was an interesting touch. I was like, huh, okay. She's crushing on Shaggy. She's catching feelings this time for Shaggy, which she never did in the original, of course. But you know they were close friends. But I like that idea that she was trying out to try to branch out, try to have a boyfriend, or at least try to get Shaggy to notice her.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
soon as they see a woman friend come in, oh that's queer baiting. Oh she's probably secretly lesbian. No, they're just
Yeah,
good friends. Not everything
that's
has to be Xena and Gabrielle.
funny because like they, with every relationship, they always go right to the sexuality. Nobody is ever just good friends. It's like they get like 30 seconds later, everybody's got to be go full deep make out before they even become friends or something. You know what I'm
And
saying?
Yeah,
let, let,
I
let,
agree. I absolutely
let me
agree with you, Brian.
let me also spread that out to other things. So only black people can only be friends with black people too. Okay. So
Oh yeah.
only black people can love only black people. Okay. I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but I'm in an interracial relationship, so y'all take that somewhere else.
Yeah.
And you can call my wife Jungle Fever or my agreeable sex slave.
Oh yeah.
You're not gonna say that in front of her face. I'll tell you that right now, because she will chew you out. There will be nothing left for you to sit on if she hear you say that.
And another thing is, I agree. With you. Another thing is heterosexuality is becoming it's becoming a lost cause because every time they do have a crush, it's usually LBGT, the woman that wrote "I'm Not Starfire." Made the girl I get the character she made was a lesbian. Has a crush on a girl, or no offending anybody immune to LBGT, but it just seems like when you can't it can't be heterosexual. If it is heterosexual, it's negative. It always ends up badly, or it just didn't work out, or but with the LGBT love, it's all perfect, or first sight, or every time they read a character or a strong female character, that's what they have her to be. The strong female character. That's what they intend her to be. America Chavez. I mean, there's and that's basically what I see them doing a lot. So again, it seems like the more the writers are getting now for this stuff is more self-insert than writing characters. It's more telling their
Like
own
I said, they don't want
story.
strong female characters or tomboys. They want the butch girl that think that they can solve every issue by punching things.
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Let me
That's what
let me read
Yeah.
Sam Parker's comment here,
it
which I'm only going to touch on this quickly because
Go
I'm
ahead.
not I had to linger, but I'm not going to say too much of it. And he says they claim Wakanda was the most advanced country, yet they have hard class system, thatch houses, isolationists, spears for weapons, and a monarchy with trial by combat. Advance my behind. That's what I mean. Like you're trying to write a movie about an advanced African nation, and you limit it down to that bare bones thought process. Thank you, Ryan Coogler. You did us a great service. Stupids. Very stupid. And the reason why I bring up the spear thing is because the Adore still uses spears as for close quarters. Now, and that's only because that's their design in the comics. They use spears for close quarters or as their weapon of choice. So of course I'm going to keep the spears going. But everything else, as far as like Wakanda's advanced technology, they're willing to advance themselves, like guns, rifles, whatever, what have you. So that would have been an interesting thing to look at. Of course, I would love to hear the S.A. Hobo scream, but they weren't using swords or spears like real Africans. Have you been to Africa? Have you been to Africa? Majority of the
I'll
weapons
bet you
that I was gonna say, majority of the weapons they use is machetes, AK-47s if they acquire it, RPGs, and Uzis. You really think you're gonna find a spear anywhere in that nation? Who wants to take? Who wants to speak up? Because I know one of you guys want to say something.
I was about to say, I don't think they've ever been in anywhere outside the U.S. in their lives. Why they think the way they do.
What was you about to say, Leia? By the way, thank you
I
for that too, Brian.
Yeah, I agree with Brian. Brian, the problem is that they're not getting talented writers; they're getting political activists to write, and their
Right.
activism is coming through in the script. That's why the Marvel shows, The Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier, WandaVision, where the writer even admits she never read a comic book a day in her life. Even now with Loki, and everything else outside of Marvel. I'm just zoning on that one because they don't talk about Kevin Feige. DCEU, the DCU, they're not writing, they're not getting writers. They're getting, excuse me, they're getting activists. And the activists are, for some stupid, godforsaken reason, they hire these people because they think that's what we want, or it could be that's what they think we need. So they're not writing people with talent who know how to tell stories. They're writing activists. There's a difference between being an activist and having the talent to tell a story. That's why
Right.
everything is coming out stale and one dimensional. And they don't know how to write. All they care about is I've got to get my political agenda out. And most of these people, you know what, Brian? They never read a comic book in their life. They never read it. They never touched it. They probably never see these movies. They're probably never even going to go to see these movies. They are just using this as they couldn't win. I hate to bring politics into it, but they didn't win Washington, D.C. in 2016. They didn't win Washington, D.C. So what they did, they turned their attention to Hollywood because they knew they could play Hollywood. And so now what they're doing is they are just writing their politics using these characters as mouthpieces. That's why we're getting this garbage. That's why we're getting this trash. And that's why I'm going to stop paying for this stuff. And I'm not going to sit through this stuff because that's basically all it is. That's all that they
Hey,
bring
Dominic.
Powell,
You missed
Hey, Dominic.
you missed my Black Panther rewrite, but I'm pretty sure you. No, actually, you didn't miss anything. I just retold my Black Panther rewrite for those who missed it last Tuesday. You were there for it. But one thing I was going to add to it on a more deeper, intimate level, Leia, is the fact that yeah, you're right. They write their politics in, but they don't even do the research in the politics that they're researching in, nor do they do the research of anything else.
Good point.
For that matter. That's what I mean by the whole they have never been to Africa in the case of Black Panther. That's why we're on it for so long. They didn't even take into account what goes into Africa. What were the nations? Did you like Ryan Coogler, did you even contact any African people to talk about Africa?
Nope.
Did you see an African person at all in that cast?
No, he did not.
No, you didn't.
I mean, let me take a look at this real quick because I know Denai Gurura. That's an interesting name. Same thing with Lupita Nyong'o. Let me check her out real quick. Denai.
I was also going to add on that.
Funny. You bring her up in IMDb. That's the first credit to her name is Black Panther, not Walking Dead.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Okay, hang on. Here's Okay, she's American born, but her family's from Zimbabwe.
But she's American born, though. Yeah.
She's born in Grinnell, Iowa. So okay, I guess she cut it close. Let's check out. Let's check out
Yeah.
Lupita. Let's check out Lupita. Oh, her cred was 12 years a slave. Okay, so you're consistent this time for Lupita, but not denied apparently. Okay, where she's from. Oh wow.
Oh,
So she was born in Mexico City, Mexico, but her parents were formerly Kenyan.
so she's a big city
Mm.
type.
So American born, born to African parents, but American born nonetheless. Uh, they somewhat check off authenticity.
Oh yeah.
I love Child's response there.
She's Latino.
Oh,
Latino he.
here's another one from her. She says, "I've seen some people on Twitter who get offended when you describe Africa as anything other than the cityscape of Johannesburg."
Those are those Twitter bots. Those are those woke bots. They just.
Yeah. They wouldn't last 5 minutes in Africa if they actually went there.
I agree with you, Brian. I don't think they really know it. I don't think they sit there and think they do, but I don't think they do. I don't think they could laugh. You're right. I agree with you. They
You know what?
wouldn't last for a second in there.
You know what? You know what it reminds me of? All those stories you hear about people who go to these parts of the world where they try to virtue signal and try to show like some kind of solidarity with all the oppressed indigenous people, and then said indigenous people go and kill them. You ever heard about that, Wolf?
Oh yeah, I was looking over Denai's filmography real quick.
Oh yeah.
She's stuck with Okoye for now. Oh, that's right. She was Tupac's mama.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, she's stuck with. They just think that she is just. And I like her, but then what I was going to say. Here's the thing. Like Wolf, your rewrite of Black Panther makes more sense than the film. But in
Hmm.
some ways, I'm not reading the film, but in some ways, Bob Iger wanted Black Panther made for himself because he figures if he makes this film, the Black community will like me, and I want to run for president one day, so I can sit back and say, "You need to elect me because look at what I gave you. Look at this gift that I gave you. You all should feel good
Hmm.
about yourselves now. I gave you Black Panther." I'm not ratting on the film, but from what I read, with Feige and Iger. See, the other thing, see, when Disney acquired the MCU, I was skeptical. I think the first two phases were okay, but it's about around the time you got to Civil War, you began to see the Disney influence start to come in a little bit, and some other films, I guess, like in Iron Man 2 and 3, and perhaps some other movies. You begin to see Disney taking over more and the Marvel spirit going out. Then, of course, losing Stan Lee. But they say that Iger keeps a big Marvel encyclopedia, and I know what encyclopedia that is, in his office on his desk, and he looks through it and checks down the characters and checks off to see which one should be made and which one should not be made. I don't believe he knows squat about these characters. I think now at this point, he was looking at to see which would give him a political advantage. And to this day, he always bragged that we got Black Panther made. Black Panther put us on the map. So there's still some pandering with that as well, and how they saw Black Panther.
Oh yeah,
Instead
I'm
of
not gonna do that. I'm not gonna shout that line at all in Black Panther at all. That Wakanda forever. No.
Mm-mm. So,
Uh,
because your rewrite, Wolf, that's the movie I would want to see. I would definitely would
yeah,
want to see that one
that's
because
that's why
that's well developed.
that's why I want Okoye to say "Long live T'Challa." It's not no Wakanda forever BS nonsense. I'm not gonna have her say that.
Kobe Bryant. Everyone else does.
It's like she recognized the king of Wakanda. She already knows where she come from. She don't need to recognize her nation. She need to recognize the leader of her nation. Okay,
Right.
so
Right.
that's why I insert that final words of her. Long live King T'Challa. You know, because that was her arc in that movie was to recognize that King T'Challa knows what he's doing for his nation. So that's why I have that conflict between the whole who's all in favor of T'Challa's way of ruling versus who is in favor of still of wanting him to follow T'Chaka's example. And of course none of that poppy plant juice that he keeps drinking. He's not drinking no poppy plant juice to see his daddy. He's gonna look at a visage of his mom and pa, the way how super. Going back to my rewrite, This is where we set up the conflict where, like Superman, with the statues of his father, Jor-El and Laura,
Hmm.
um, T'Challa will look at the visage of King T'Chaka and Queen Mother, and that's where he's going to get that kind of. I don't know if I can keep this. Uh, I don't know if I'm ready to rule this nation. This has been sudden to lose you, father.
Mm.
But it's like you had that kind of But I know that you have faith in me. Why you select me to be a successor? Something like that. But that's what I mean. Like none of that poppy juice plant, and he goes into the spirit realm to talk to his daddy. He already had that talk with his daddy in Civil War.
Yep.
Well,
Donna Powell has a comment. He says, "The Black
okay.
Panther rewrite is the movie we should have had that respects the character, his supporting cast, rogues gallery, and history, all while doing something new with him. Thank you."
And see, that's where I feel people started complaining about the MCU about was not respecting the character or trying to do something new, but just like what he just said in his comment, just like what he just said, and that's what you said with your right, Wolf. Like I was saying, going back to the comment about Hollywood. Hollywood, and Brian was right. Hollywood doesn't like, Brian, you're right. They don't like video game movies adapted to video games. Anything of pop culture, Hollywood doesn't like. I think it goes all the way back to the Wizard of Oz. I don't think
Mhm.
Hollywood ever really cared for. I don't think Hollywood ever never really cared for the Wizard of Oz. They were all into that Gone with the Wind stuff. But the Wizard of Oz is I think more people have seen the Wizard of Oz than maybe Gone with the Wind. There's more people that can, when you hear Over the Rainbow, they know exactly where that's coming from. But Hollywood
Mhm.
hates it. So Hollywood has always had issues with pop culture, and they don't like the comic book genre. It's a humongous genre. They weren't thinking about Comic Con for a very, very, very long time. It's only recent they got into Comic Con because they want to try to commercialize it. And before we went into the lockdown, that's what it was starting to turn into.
Mhm.
Hollywood was starting to creep in. Comic book cons, because I'm in Michigan and we have cons here in Michigan too, and they're great. I've been to
Mhm.
a few. I hope we have one this year in August if they lift the ban, and it should be, and we get to go. But con was always about the fans. It was about us, the fans, showing a love for a genre. And then Wolf, maybe this could be a separate stream if you want to. I won't go into it, but pop culture genre when you go to Comic Con, the biggest one is in San Diego, of course, is San Diego Comic Con. It's supposed to be the biggest of all. But they were supposed to be fans coming out to show love for comics, sci-fi, comic book movies, video game characters, anime, and
Oh
they
yeah.
saw that it's a large, large audience, probably bigger than those that go see the average Hollywood-made picture outside of the genre. It's a humongous audience. It's just noticed because we've been ignored by Hollywood.
Mhm.
They They hate the fact that it is
There's a
popular.
reason why we got cosplays too, and cosplay has been completely muddled at this point.
I heard,
To,
yeah,
Yeah.
to
yeah.
some extent, it's still relatively the same as it always has been, as it should have as it should have been. Period. Which is basically showing fandom by way of dressing as a character that you like. It's been now. I wouldn't say it's completely hijacked, but it's been hijacked by OnlyFans type people too. So they basically delegitimized, excuse me, delegitimized cosplay in that front, because now that breeds people who are coming in the idea that these are thoughts that are just dressing to impress, to get their clicks in a way.
Oh yeah.
Versus somebody who's been in the game for the longest time, put in the work. Even Trooper stated this. Trooper stated this. The game has been completely changed in the cosplay world, thanks to the thought to the introduction of OnlyFans and people cosplaying on OnlyFans. So now that's their image. Before that happened, we have now the rise of SJ hobos trying to police anybody who dares, specifically white women who dare to cosplay as Storm,
Oh good
or
lord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
or in the case of Starfire, anybody who actually cosplays Starfire properly, like she was depicted in the comics. Since Titans made her black in the show, they are under this impression that Starfire has always been black now. Oh, she's black now. You can't make her orange, or you can't whitewash her. She's an alien. She's orange for a reason, because she's an alien.
I don't
She's an
consider
alien.
It shows you they don't know anything about these characters at all.
Would you say, Leia? Thank you, Brian.
I agree, Brian. I don't consider the Starfire on that Titan show as the real Starfire. Young Ripper did a video about this. I don't know if he just recently did it last night or today, that he said he does not consider that one on Titans. That's not the real Starfire. That's a fake
It never
phony woke.
was.
Yeah, that's a fake phony woke. He doesn't even acknowledge it. It's got the name Starfire, but it's not Starfire. It's not. And you're right, Brian. They don't know who these characters are. They're just looking at the fact that she's Caucasian and she's popular, and they want to tear down these popular characters for their
But
own
my retort
validation.
is, she's not Caucasian. She's an alien.
Mm-hmm.
She has orange skin.
And
So
that's what they have on that show is not orange.
no, it
Oh,
ain't.
it is not.
Unless you ready to color a black woman orange,
Unless you like sunburn her to the crisp or something.
which is impossible because her cells drink the sun's rays to power her up, which
Yep.
explains why she wears such revealing outfits.
She's
Yeah,
solar
and that makes
powered.
sense. So that would make
The-
sense why she wears the outfits. I can understand that.
Yeah, comic book wise, she's meant to. I don't know about animated Teen Titans Starfire, but they made her outfit modest because she's a teen, of course. So they had to make it very modest compared to how she was depicted in the comics, the classic comics. I mean, with her original get up. But yeah, but I don't know if she still if she photosynthesized the energy from the sun in Teen Titans, because again, the way how they written her character was her powers activated through emotion. So yeah,
But
I'm
they
gonna show you sorry, I'm gonna show you original Starfire real quick.
All right.
And this is Teen Titans Starfire, by the way. And it will be in the private chat for you guys, and I'll definitely share it within the actual chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I see.
Like everybody remembers only remembers Starfire from Teen Titans the show proper. So like I said,
Yep.
in comparison, her outfit was way more modest compared to what she was depicted in the comic
Yeah.
proper.
Yeah.
But again, the reason why her outfit is like that is because of her physiology. That's the reason why her outfit's like that. It's because of her
And
physiology.
I
The more she
understood that.
reveals, the stronger she becomes.
Right. So that made sense to me. So when I went to
Mm-hmm.
these cons, and I've had some here in Michigan, when I would go, there would be plenty of women. There were a lot of them. Some dressed like the one on the cartoon, and then some just like the proper one in the comic. But it was no big deal because we all understood. I understood why she had to dress the way that was, because to me, when they cosplay in the proper attire, they're respecting it. That's
Mm-hmm.
that was the whole purpose of the thing was to that was another issue they have. This goes back
Now,
to
now there was a lot
go ahead.
that sorry. Now there was a lot
Yep.
had a problem with the Starfire of New 52. Definitely, I had a problem with it too because it looked like it couldn't hold together. But this was a layer update for this continuity. Again, I don't know if they're still continuing this design. I'm pretty sure they're not, but I'm sharing it in the private chat as well, as long as well as the the actual chat. That was one style, and there's another one that they came out. They new that's where the New 52 got weird. They couldn't figure out what kind of clothes to put them in, and they still can't figure out what kind of clothes to put them in today. Same thing with Marvel. Marvel's having that dilemma too. Did you
Oh yeah.
hear that? Did you hear that some of the characters, it took 10 people to design a character?
Oh, brother. Like, I'm just
Um,
one guy and I designed two on my own.
dude, I design 5 characters on a daily basis.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I was just say, Commander, you came up yourself every day with different characters and drawings and colors. 10 people, seriously, it takes 10 people. Back in the day, it was one person sitting doing like you, Commander, one person with a pencil
Hmm.
and some paper and was
Hmm.
sculpting character. 10 people. Are you kidding me? My God, 10 people. I'm like, that's too many people on
Oh,
the payroll.
here's
We
a
gotta lay
here's a
some
here's
people off.
another here's another brilliant excuse. It took us 4 months to design the characters. 4 months.
What?
4 months. Four
Well,
months.
the average person could do it
Uh,
in like a day or so.
Brian, Leia,
Yeah.
Hmm.
how long did it take for me to design the UN Spacey?
You did it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna say, what is it, 24 hours or a day? I always thought you did it in a day.
Less than a week, I would think.
Yep. Well, Brian's on the money, but it took me a
Okay.
whole month. Let's be fair. I'm very spotty on how long it took for me too, but like when I churned them out, remember the rate that I churned them out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what, Brian is right. It took me a whole week,
Yeah.
a whole
Okay.
week, and and during that same week, right? During
Hmm?
that same week, I put out 4 pictures. 4. I started. I started with Owen. In this, I'm going to say in this specific order. I think I started with Owen. Definitely, I know I started with Owen. I got to Leia, to Schooner, and Brian, and I think that's it, right? Oh, and then no, no, I take that back. Owen, Leia, me, Brian. No, Schooner and Brian. In that order. In that order.
Hmm.
But how long did it take me again? A week.
A week.
And even and that was a week of churning them out. Now it did take me 2 months to think of their designs, mind you. It took now that goes without saying right there, right there. There's your indicator right there. It took me 2 months to think of their designs, but it took me a week to bring it out to really launch their designs,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
So for them to take 4 months to launch a design of a character, a single character, mind you. In the case of in the case of the Ballsack America, it took 10 people to think of it or come up with her design. 10 people.
Yep.
To quote Johnny Cage from the 90s Mortal Kombat movie, where did you get these guys?
Probably got fresh out of college or something.
Oh yeah, I'm liking how they're blowing up about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, let's start with Dominic real quick. He says there is a practicality in not just Starfire's outfit, but her people's outfits as a whole. Yep, she's not the only one that dresses like that. All Tamarins dress like that. Tamaranians, I'm sorry, Tamaranians.
Right, right.
Dominic
Okay,
also
yeah.
says, here's a solution for DC and Marvel. Give your characters their classic or definitive outfits back. Even an update on their will suffice. I don't trust them in their updates. I've seen what they did with Superman.
And other
Yes,
people.
Star.
That's true, Neil Star. See, the thing is, and this goes back to tokenism. They hate the fact they feel that, let's say we all want to go to Comic Con, and one of the greatest joys about going to Comic Con is you get to dress up as whatever character you want to dress up as. And let's say, for instance, I want to dress up as Jean Grey or someone, or have Cap Shield or something. SJWs don't want that. They feel because I'm black, I have to only dress up as black characters. That's another issue that they have, because at Comic Con, nobody cares. Nobody cares at any of the cons. Nobody cares. That was the beauty of it. But these SJWs now got it contrived. They want them to dress up as the
Sorry,
characters
Leia,
that.
let me cut in real quick for Dominic. I know what you said. I just don't trust them to do it right. I'm just saying. I know what you're
Yep.
saying. I just don't trust them to do it right. I've seen them what they did with the new 52 outfits with their classic designs. Now I've seen the only ones I'm accepting of is Convergence. No, Reborn. Sorry, Reborn's designs. DC Reborn. They did a better job than New 52. But yeah, continue what you're saying, Leia.
I was going to say that that's part of their tokenism. They're trying to reprogram fans to. They don't like the idea of the cons anyway. They hate, like I said, they hate the idea of those cons anyway, because it's celebrating what fans really love. Let's just face it. Sometimes I think there's more fans at the cons than to watch the Academy Awards. So they
Yep.
can't.
So true.
Yeah, and they can't stand that. But nobody, you get to be whoever you want. If you're a white woman and you want to be Storm, rock it. If you want to be
Just don't hurt yourself trying to tan your body.
yes, they don't have to do that.
And don't practice blackface. We all know
Yeah,
it's really true blackface, like you really painted your body brown, and you know you're not brown.
right.
I
You
don't
can
care
wear.
if you're a white woman and you're a pale Storm. You're dressing as Storm. That's all I care about.
Yeah. That's
I
it.
just get it. The outfit looks good.
Look, if a
Right.
black girl can cosplay as Rogue, a white Southern belle, and still keep her skin, a white woman is allowed to wear a Storm outfit and still keep her skin color. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah, they don't have they don't have to. Yeah, I said you don't have to darken or tan your skin or blackface, but you can wear the costume. We get who you are. You don't have to do anything of that. If I wanted to be, like I mentioned, a Disney princess in my stream, I'm not going to lighten my face. I'm just going to keep it as is.
And you're
So,
damn sure not going to cosplay as Tiana.
oh no. I think Tiana was created to because you know what, I got jumped on because I did not like the Princess and the Frog. I saw the Princess and the Frog, and all my black friends were like, "You don't like Disney's first black princess?" I said, "No, because Tiana's poorly written. She's a poorly written character. Nobody really
Yeah.
worked with."
I was disappointed in the fact that I was
Yep.
going in there hoping for another Mulan
Mm-hmm.
situation, which I did get. I realized that I did get what I wanted because she did, and she still ended up having a business.
Mm-hmm.
That's the message I was clinging on to in that movie was work hard for your dream, work hard for what you want in life, right?
Right.
And everybody was getting what they want. I was like, I originally thought I was thoroughly disappointed that she ended up with Naveen. I was hoping that Naveen would end up with Charlotte in the end. That's what I was hoping that was going to happen. But I was like, on a second watch, I was like, you know what? Young me did not know what the fuck was what he was thinking. Excuse me, everybody.
No
That's how
offense
harsh.
taken.
That's how harsh I treat myself sometimes when I think of something that's stupid. Where it's that woke rhetoric where oh she ends up with a man. Boo. But when I look back at it, here's the thing. When I look back at it, I was like, technically, she still got what she wanted and then some. And then
Right.
some. That's how I look at it now. So I kind of it's still not my favorite Disney movie, but I
Mm-hmm.
have a much different appreciation of it now.
Well,
Now that I give it a second watch.
the point was she was not looking to get with a prince. It's like you said,
Mhm.
she wanted to open up her own business. Her dream was to get her own business. The prince was
Who
just
inspired her that, by the way, Leia?
her father.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Her
Mm-hmm.
father. Her mother was still in her life and she still egged her on her ideal. Egged her on. Even
Mm-hmm.
though she teased her a few times when her when she talked about buying that one spot, but she egged her
Mm-hmm.
on. She's like she asked her mom, what did dad always say? And they repeat what she said and what he said before his passing. And I'm like, oh, she still remembers her daddy. She never she never belittles his ideas. She never berated him for leaving. She never blamed him for not and not leaving in the sense of he's a deadbeat and he dipped out. No, he passed away during the war. I don't know what war he was fighting, but he passed away in that war. So
Right.
so she never blamed him for leaving her. You know, not no. Had he not joined the war, he would still been alive and he would still been here today. So I hate him now. None of that. None of that. None of that. She clinged on to his philosophy. What was that philosophy again? I misremembered.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen it. I can't remember it all the way. But
Oh, we bad at this,
yeah, well,
and we black folk.
yeah, I told you it's sad. Well, you know what? The film never spoke to me. I don't know what it was. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But sometimes if a film doesn't really speak to me, I don't remember it very well.
Yeah,
So it's just sad.
my mom always kept making sure that she got my niece Tiana toys, or at least Tiana related stuff, because now we
Right.
finally got a black princess. I'm like, at the same time, I will admit that I actually was also uh an enabler on that front because I was like I was on that black everything train too for a
Right.
while,
Right.
but then I realized that of what I was becoming. Basically, I was basically just egging on this whole I'm black, hate the white man.
Yeah, I get you.
Shout out to Flower gave some information. She said World War One. Oh yeah, okay. Wait, they let blacks fight in that time? Hmm. Okay. Okay. I'm about to research that. I thought blacks entered the war during World War Two. But then again, we did have Flyboys, which was World War One,
Hmm.
and in that one they had a black man too with the Lafayette squadron. I don't know if that's true or
Yes.
not. I I'll have to look more into that. The Lafayette squadron that they use for Flyboys. But yeah,
But I like the fact that
I like the New Orleans setting. I
Hmm.
like that, but I was like you. I felt that she was made
Something was
just for that.
missing.
Something was missing. Is something was missing from the film. It's like she was made just to be a black princess, and they really didn't
Hmm.
develop her. They just made her like, okay, black people, be happy now, be proud now. When you come to Disney
You
World, you
hardly
can
ever
dress like
hear anything
Tiana.
from her. I don't even think. Truth be told,
Mm.
was she even in Wreck-It Ralph 2?
Yeah, because there was a big issue about her hair. Some black people felt her hair was too straight.
Oh
And
wow.
so they wanted to redesign the character to make her hair more kinky. But they felt when she was designed, her hair was too straight. And they made a big deal over that. It was no big deal, but they made a big deal over it or something
Let me
like that.
see.
This
Let
is
me
what
see.
I read.
Ew.
You're looking at it from Wreck-It Ralph too.
Hang on. Okay. There's two hairs. There's Oh, there's an article about it. Whitewashing Princess Tiana. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think I'm looking at the actual footage, but there's also promotional material that has her hair in a bun
hmm
with the tiara and everything. But
Yeah.
I see her with that messy looking hair, looking no different than Moana.
That's they made a big deal about that. That's what they made a big deal about.
Looking no different than Moana. She look like Robin, what's her name from The Craft?
Oh, that girl
Not
from the
not Robin Tunney. Not her. The other Robin. At least that's what I think her name was. She was in Half Baked, Mary
yeah,
J.
yeah, uh-huh. I don't know
That's
her
what she
real
looked
name.
like.
That's
That's
what
what she
they
looked like
wanted.
when I see her curly hair like that. I'm like,
hmm
oh, did we lose her? Okay, there you are. I thought you cut off there for a sec, but
Oh
yeah,
no, I'm right
yeah,
here.
yeah.
That's
I was saying like oh my goodness, look at her. She looks like I said. She looks no different than Moana. You gotta differentiate these girls, man. That's the reason why her hair like that. What's up with that?
They didn't like it straight. They wanted it to be more kinky. They felt that with the other kinky side made her felt more black. I could not believe it. They were making a big issue out of that. That was a big controversial issue. They protested, didn't well, protest the movie shouldn't come out. We'll boycott the movie if you don't get that right because us black folks will.
Uh, did you guys not see Princess and the Frog? Did you not see Princess and the Frog and the history that it was portraying in the movie? Did you not read up on your history on how black women wore their hair around that time? It makes perfect sense on her design
Mm.
to be
hmm
her hair like that because she's representing of the time. You are messing, as we said, beginning of this stream, you are messing with history. Welcome back, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back.
Yep. I wanted to also add that they don't give a damn about history.
Yeah, I agree with Brian. Commander, you have to remember they they don't read, and as Brian just said it, they don't read history. They don't know anything before 2014 or 2012 or before they was born. They don't know anything. They think history began in 2017 or 20 between 2014 and 2016. They felt that's when history began. But the world was a blank slate anytime before that.
Charlotte the
That's
Flower says the
hmm
shocker I remember in Princess Frog is that Big Daddy isn't a racist, and Charlotte genuinely cared about her. Where I think the only racist innuendo was the scene with the bankers. Yeah, I remember that scene. A person of your class, you know that line,
Yes, yeah, that
bruh,
line I got.
bruh. I heard that line and I growled.
Oh, I did
I
too.
I
Oh yeah.
growled like this is where affirmative action would have worked
Yes,
in around this
yes.
time. Like she brought in her merit, and they rejected her because of her race, obviously. But Big Dad, like for a man named Big Dad, you're trying to tell me that he's not racist? Like of course he's not racist. He's a good man. He's an abolisher. It seems like an abolitionist. I mean,
Mhm. Mhm.
obviously it means he's an abolitionist in southern Louisiana, where you think all people in the South are racist.
Oh yeah, that old trope.
Yep, that's another that's another token isn't right there, Brian. The that everybody in the South that is white is racist. That is white that has money. You got to be racist. They got to be. That's another. You're right. There's another trope you always see.
I used to
So
have that idea too back then, but then I
well, of
thought about it, I was
course,
like,
because that's all you saw. You would think so. Yeah.
conditioning,
Right. Yeah.
media conditioning, conditioned to think that the moment you go into the South, you're going to be bombarded with racial slurs, racial glares, all that
Yeah.
stuff. I dare I say even Dave Chappelle perpetuated, but that was just comedy. I
Right.
can give a pass to him about that one.
Yeah, because I got what he was doing. That's why I gave him
Mhm.
a pass because it was comedy.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful right here. All races lived in harmony, and then everything
Yep.
changed when the white man came.
So,
Quoting, quoting Avatar: The Last Airbender. Only the SJ Hobo, master of all races. Cue on that one
Mhm.
right there. Master of all races can bring all the nations together, but when everybody supposedly needed him the most, they vanished.
Yep.
Whatever. Yeah. They make me
Boneheads, man.
sick.
Every single one of them.
They make me sick. They make me sick to my stomach. Yeah, Neil. It Wreck-It Ralph 2 did bomb, and after I left bitter with. I didn't see it in theaters, but I saw it on Netflix. I I was like, once it was done, I felt embittered, very embittered. They changed Vanellope's character. They changed they really changed the friendship dynamic between Vanellope and Ralph. It really disheartened how they set up their friendship so well in the first movie, only to undo it in the second movie.
See, that was when the woke poison was starting to seep in.
Yep.
That's
Because
when the
she's talking
woke.
about some. Oh, I just want to seek my own identity or seek a new adventure. I'm like, since when?
Mhm.
You were an outsider in your own game because some idiot came into your own game, messed with your coding, reprogrammed you, turned you into a glitch, ostracized you as a glitch, and you found a friend that saw you differently in Ralph. And now suddenly you want to run away from that too? Since when?
That's another thing they have a problem with. Consistency. They can never stay consistent with what the lore of a given universe is saying.
Oh, and when she met them princesses,
Oh, that was the
Mm.
worst thing ever. Yeah, that was the worst thing ever. I didn't even finish the movie because this writing was so to me so bad, and maybe it was because of Brian just said, but the princess scene was just politics to me. It was that woke, strong and brave, whatever they call it.
I
You
wouldn't
know,
call it woke. I would call that third wave feminism rhetoric that they were pushing out, trying to oppose the Disney princesses
yeah,
movies at the time.
And like,
Like they were really crapping on all the old Disney films with Disney princesses because Tangled happened and Frozen happened. Like since so
they wanted
the,
to destroy the classic. It's just like you just said, Commander, and that's the reason that I hated it. And that's why when I did that stream, I talked about the Disney princess because I don't like the way Hollywood is crapping on them. It's not what
so
they say it is. It's not what they say it is.
so you mean to
yeah.
tell me Jasmine was really subjecting herself to Jafar, not distracting him long enough so that that Aladdin can get the lamp? because Jafar is an all powerful wizard at this point. He can zap Aladdin with a lightning bolt or with a mere thought.
Mm-hmm.
So she had to pretend that she had to pretend that she was like falling in love with Jafar to you know
Help him get the
distract him.
lamp.
Yep. So you're trying to tell me that Esmeralda, you know, lost her agency the moment she was on the stake? She could do just about anything, but she's still human, guys. Come on. She's still human. So of course at some point she'll get captured and be put to the stake. Same thing with her Prince Charming in what's his name again?
Yeah.
That night dude. The
What
captain
in
of the guard. Hunchback.
Hunchback? Yeah, I forgot his name. Captain something. I forgot his name. But the reason she was put at the stake is because she rejected Frollo.
Right.
Yeah, she rejected him and spoke out against him, and Frollo hated that, even though he wanted her.
Phoebus.
Yeah, Phoebus was his
Phoebus.
name.
Child just told us in the comment. Phoebus.
Thanks for that, child. But Esmeralda rejected Frollo, and she also helped Quasimodo to build his confidence up. So he
Mhm.
wanted her. He tells her when he puts her on the stake, "I'll let you go if you choose me." And she spits in his face and says she won't do it. So what's the sexualization in there? She had her own strength. He
And
only did it because he was angry.
and uh, who saved John Smith? It certainly wasn't a man. May I remind you guys, who saved John Smith in Pocahontas?
Pocahontas herself, I believe.
Yes, that's
Right,
what the leg.
about ready to take a beating from Daddy for a white dude. Oh, that's racially insensitive to them. Okay.
No, the thing is, she fell in love with a man. It wasn't her just standing up and saying, "Father, I'm going to take over and lead this
She fell
tribe."
in love with a white man.
Oh, oh, I forgot.
That's even bigger
She,
sin.
Yes.
she's a white man sex slave apparently. So apparently
Oh.
if you're black, you're married to white. Apparently you're marrying your slave master. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember what they said about Ron Howard's wife?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who's the racist again? I asked. Who is the racist again?
Yeah, I would tell them, look in the mirror, punks.
If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. Na 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 na. Gonna make a change. Gonna do. I'm messing up the lyrics now. It's been a while. Let me stop before I
Well,
embarrass
man,
myself any further.
right, man. In the mirror, yeah, you gotta look at yourself. But see, they don't want to look at themselves. They look at themselves, and they want to change everybody else like them. I don't know where that rhetoric comes from, but they change everybody else into
Narcissism.
them.
We all know it's narcissism.
And that's where a lot of this woke agenda is coming from. It's coming from narcissism. But they think because they think it's because it's because somebody who is white and male, it's okay. But narcissism is narcissism, no matter where it comes from. Like you
Hmm.
said, there's no such thing. It's a good one.
And they get
And
angry because they want to have it both ways.
yeah, that's what all this about. And then Hollywood.
Thank you, Neil Star, by the way.
Oh, you're right, Neil Star. Thank you for that. Yes. Wow, that clears it in right then and there. That clears
The
it up
whole
right there.
See, here's one
Yep.
thing that people tend to say that's culturally that says before they shoot their mouth off how culturally insensitive Pocahontas was. I don't think the whole message was to rewrite the history between the frontiersmen and the Native Americans. Both sides have had have done their dirt. The net like this one thing I love about this one thing I really loved about the Revenant. Basically, the Revenant really showcases how ruthless the Native American was, just as ruthless as the frontiersmen were.
Yeah.
Right.
They spared They even rape their women too. I'm gonna throw that out there before y'all even think to try to really classify the Native Americans as noble savages. They kidnapped white women too and enslaved them.
Yep.
Same thing. Same thing. Dare I say, even black folk. Black folk have been the repeat offenders of that too as well, to some extent. I will say that. I'm not gonna
You,
sugarcoat anything that
you,
minorities have done.
you're
We've
not,
done dirt.
but Wolf, you're not supposed to tell that side of the story. You have to portray the white man as the bad guy. You can't tell that.
To which I say, suck my. I tell a story. I tell a story truthfully how I want to, as truth as I can get to it, as truthful as I can get to it. Both sides have bled, and both sides had did the blood letting.
Oh yes, and everybody has oppressed everybody when you go back far enough in history. That's the dirty little secret that these woke morons don't tell you.
The thing is, where I got from Pocahontas, from childbirth to now, is the fact that both sides can be better. That's how you tell that kind of story. Both sides can do and be better. Concerning that Radcliffe was the evil white guy that everybody loves to have in their movies nowadays. But but
No
but but
joke.
uh but the thing is that Radcliffe symbolizes the unchecked capitalism, if you will.
Right.
Mhm.
Whereas John
How?
Smith is the responsible capitalism. He's
Right.
there to explore. Yes, he's there to commoditize, but he's there to keep it in check. He tries to keep it in check, or at least he's there to hear the other side's look on things, which we get to pick Colors of the Wind. That's him looking through Pocahontas' eyes on the unchecked capitalism that you're going that's running rampant, if you will.
Well, at
So
some.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead and finish. Oh no, I was gonna let you finish. Go ahead. I don't want to keep interrupting you.
But at the end, where John Smith takes a bullet for Powhatan, that's that responsible capitalism checking the unchecked capitalism. The unchecked capitalism is going to keep pushing forward. Uh, Sorry, Gamer has a question.
Go
I
ahead.
I, I
You finish
know.
this question.
So he asks, "What about the movie Soul? What you guys take on that film? Also, Spies in Disguise. Screw that shit. Excuse me. No, no. Here's
I
no.
couldn't have played
Actually,
him.
okay. I joke. But real talk though, I didn't
Hmm.
care for Spies in Disguise. I never
I
saw it,
didn't.
so I didn't
I
care.
didn't either.
Didn't care for it. I did
Everybody.
like Will. I did like the. I from the trailer I got so far. If I did check out Spies in Disguise, I'm pretty sure I would like the dynamic between Tom Holland and Will Smith voicing. Soul had me hooked, but I lost interest the moment they moved it to Disney Plus.
Oh yeah, Disney Plus would ruin it.
Hang on, but
Um.
yeah,
I,
I here's the thing about Soul and especially Onward. Onward was first, and Soul was also was next in line for Pixar. I was interested in those two movies because those were something new. Finally, Pixar was actually doing original content again instead of just prequels and sequels. So when the first teaser of trailer, first teaser of Soul came in, I was like, oh, I'm hooked. I was actually interested. I'm like, yeah, you see a whole lot of black folk, like the barbers, the musicians. I was like, okay, you're catering to the black audience, but from where I'm seeing it, you're catering in the right way. You're catering in the right way. You're showing what's good in their life. You're not showing them all down the dumps and talking about white this, white that, or how poor we are and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I was like the music playing in the background got that hopeful, that harmony. You it was going back to basics of how blacks were portrayed in the 90s. You had this one hopeful black that's just trying to make it in the world, injecting
Hmm?
some prosperity and positivity no matter he runs into, and then he dies. Okay, let's go with this. Then the music becomes summer. Like, I'm still hooked on this. Okay. So I was interested. I was very interested. I was not interested in the fact that it had all black cast potentially, or just a black character as the main character. I was like, huh, this is something new. We're gonna talk about the soul then. Okay. In the case of Onward, like I said, it was new. Like the whole world was a magical place. Like our world just uh fairy taleized, if you will. You got orcs, you got manticores, you had unicorns as cats, kind of. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm liking this. You had again, you had Tom Holland again with Chris Pratt. You got Star Lord with Spider Man. Okay, I'm liking this, but I hear it flop, and I'm like, I'm not interested. I lost interest already because that happened. We know what happened. Why it flopped and all that stuff. But like I said,
Right.
once all that stuff went to Disney Plus, I was like, not interested. I'm not gonna pay no money to see how good it is. My niece said she liked it, but she saw Soul. She said she liked it. I don't know if she can describe why she liked it, but she said she liked it. Or at least
That's
I
it
heard from
right
my
there.
mom.
Hold on. I'm just gonna catch you right there. I'm gonna let you go on. That's it right there. That's the problem today. She
I
said
like
she
it.
liked it, but I don't know why I like it. You can't describe why you don't like it. See, there it is right there. But back in the day, as you saw in the Professor Stream, I could go on and tell you why I like the movies that I did. It would take me hours.
Mhm.
Life is relatable to anyone who somehow wants more in this life. I got that. But what I do find a problem is the fact they don't know why they like it. I think that's to today how the writers do their storytelling. Just like Child just said a few minutes ago why it's a good film. She just explained why it's a good film. But she couldn't tell you, did she like the music? Did she like the characters? Did she like the way this character reacted?
Like I
Or
said, I haven't talked to her. I only heard from
okay,
my mom that she liked it.
okay.
So
But I didn't.
that's
I
nothing to
just
really go off of. I really want to talk to my niece about it to really get for her to explain to me why she liked it.
yeah, in her own words. It doesn't have to be perfect. But even when I was a little girl, like I said, when I was 7, I could tell you why I loved Star Wars, and I could go on for hours and hours about it.
There, I said
So
I could tell you
now,
why I like the Five Heartbeats, and that's an all
yeah,
black cast.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
I could
So
tell you
that's
how I could tell you exactly why I like Meteor Man, and I'll tell you one thing, it ain't got nothing to do with him being black.
see, but that's the point.
Yeah.
That's yeah, exactly, exactly.
Well,
The
let me rephrase that. He was an original black superhero, but again, it had nothing to in particular to anything to do with him being black. It's a superhero that was original that happened to be black.
right, right.
That's the part they always miss.
He just happened to be black. He was a school teacher, by the way, too. He wasn't no gamer throwing them curveballs. Okay, this is going to be kind of controversial. As a
Oh,
kid,
go ahead. I like to hear this.
as a kid,
Good.
yes. As an adult, kinda, because because you can kind of mistaken it for a feminist movie too. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I felt nothing for them bitches when they died.
Oh,
Excuse me, everybody.
No, no,
I,
be
I'm
honest about it.
I know, I know,
oh, you were-
I know I'm using the crassness to play up the comedy, but yeah, that's how I feel. Like as an adult now, because now that you bring it up, it's funny. Coincidentally, I was thinking about that movie just now while I was at work, and I was like, and I look back at it, I'm like, you know something? I felt nothing when them bitches died. Sorry. Now you can make Queen Latifah's death look very saddening, but I was like, well, she brought that on herself. She killed a white dude to take his car.
She killed plenty of them.
A lot of them.
Yeah, she did a
Uh,
lot of.
uh, 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 Jed Pinkett's brother. Uh, that was kind of stupid for him to do that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jada. That's on your brother. That's not on the police. That's on your brother. He shouldn't have moved. He should not have been moving. Should have
exactly.
wait for them to should have wait for them to come up and turn him over. At least check him out, see if he got. Okay, see here now. Okay, this the only one I got sympathy for. Only one.
Mm.
Only one. Everybody else, not so much. Uh, uh,
Vivica Fox, her character.
Vivica, she was in cahoots with the dude in the beginning.
Uh-huh.
She was in cahoots, even though she didn't know he would have capped the white girl in the head. Yeah, you deserve to get fired. I'm sorry, but yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, she was in cahoots. Jada Pinkett. Okay, I sympathize with her with what she had to do to get her brother's tuition money. I sympathize, but you're guilty by association. And again,
Yep.
that's on your brother how he died. That was his fault. I'm sorry, that was his fault. The girl with the baby boy, she got roped in somehow. I don't know why they brought her in because she was green as hell.
Hmm.
And Queen
I
Latifah,
agree.
she was there for the thrills. She was there for the thrills. I don't know why she was hooked up with them. I watched that movie so many times, and I still don't know why they decided to rob banks other than they were poor bitches.
Yeah.
And one of them, and one of them was in there for the thrills, Queen Latifah herself. Whereas Jada Pinkett was like the leader. Um, Vivica was the tech expert, so to speak. She was the tech. Basically, she knows the
Mhm.
ins and outs of banks. Um, Baby girl with the baby, she was the baby. She was
Yeah.
green. And I think that's it. That's all. That's the only thing I can glean from that movie is like I knew exactly who plays. It's a well made movie.
Yeah, I
But like I
agree.
said, I gotta get controversial because there's a confliction there. Like on one hand, I kind of liked the movie when I was a kid. On the other hand, it's like as an adult, I'm looking like yeah, they brought them on. They brought it upon themselves. Sadly.
Yeah, when I saw it, I kind of had the same reaction you did. I've seen it so many times. But when I look back on it, because I was an adult when I saw it myself, I was in my
Hmm
20s.
hmm
But then when I watched it again, when I really got a chance to really look at it, I felt that it should have been advertised more as a cautionary tale than girl power moment. We got to take roles into our own hands. And the cautionary
hmm
tale, it should have been more of a cautionary tale that no matter how low, and
Or
again, this is
how many
something.
dislikes I'm gonna get for saying that.
Well,
You don't like
let me.
saying off. You must hate women. You must hate black women. Well, I thought you were all for black female empowerment. You got a black female standing right next to you talking, and you talking about you don't like set it off. What kind of man is you? The man that respect a real woman.
Set It Off came out at that time when Thelma and Louise had come out. And
Yeah.
Thelma and Louise had come out, and a lot of women took it as a female empowerment film because they started yakking that films women again didn't have strong leads. So that's when Thelma and Louise came out, and it kind of reminded me of that in a sense. Whereas every man in the film is pictured as a bad guy, and I thought, oh, every guy they met, I know her husband was garbage, but every guy that you meet. But back to Set It Off, to me it was advertised. I didn't like the way it was advertised. It was advertised more as a black female power empowerment, take the law into your own hands, when it should have been a cautionary tale.
Mm.
When I was working with kids and we watched it, I would tell them this is a movie you should learn a lesson from, because no matter how bad the world treats you, you can't
Whoa,
repay
whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa! Kids watch this too. I shouldn't be
Not
questioning
kids,
that. I
not
watched that as a
kids,
kid.
yeah, kids, but those that are of
My
age.
mom parked me in front of anything, but she was there with me to watch it. But like, yeah, I saw everything. I saw everything. Well, I
And
didn't see the whole situation with her and her pimp.
Mhm.
her
Right.
sugar daddy.
Yep.
I only saw that
Or
to when I was like around 20, and I was shocked. I was like, oh, she did that. Continue
that,
what you're saying, Leia.
that no matter how rotten the world makes you, you don't correct a wrong with another wrong, because
Mm,
eventually you're going to get caught. And if the old saying is, if you're robbing banks, you're doing against the law, eventually it's going to catch up with you. And like you said, sadly it did catch up with them, but
mm.
it should really be a cautionary tale. It's no matter how bad it gets, you don't want to resort to crime to fight, to get to where you need
Let's
to
also
be.
not forget the most awkwardest sex scene ever put to film.
Okay, who are we? Is it? I'm almost afraid to say who it is. That's about awkward. Is it?
Pinkett and what's his face, the
Yeah,
boyfriend.
yeah, yeah.
I'm like, just a music video of them massaging each other with oil. Okay, and them making out. I'm like this is the most awkwardest love scene I have ever seen in film. One of. I'm like, bruh, like like this is how you gonna promote the song for this movie. Oh wow.
I forgot the name of the actor, and I see him in films all the time. I can't believe I'm
I'm
blanking
about
out
to
on
look
him
it up
right now.
right now. I'm about to
Can't
look it
believe.
up right now. He was in
Okay.
Medea's family reunion too. He was the husband.
Yeah.
Oh, baby girl. Oh. Okay, baby girl. I look at her face. She looks familiar. Let me see. Kimberly Elise. That was her. That was baby girl name.
Oh.
Blair Blair Underwood was the
Blair Underwood.
boyfriend. Keith.
Yeah. Blair Underwood never developed into a good actor. I think he was just looks, but he just never developed into a really good actor. You
Let me
know.
see if he's doing anything new recently. Oh, he's on. Oh, he's doing mostly TV shows and pod. He was in the Pack podcast. Okay, Bad Hair, Lion Guard, White. Oh no, he was in
Oh,
Dear White People.
oh, good
Uh,
grief.
I hope he left there with his dignity. Oh, he was in
mm-mm.
Agent of Shield. Okay,
I don't think
okay,
he
he was
has
in
any
Agent.
dignity left after
I
being
don't
in
even
something
remember.
like
What did he play in Agents of Shield? I don't even remember him.
Andrew
Is it?
Gardner.
And that is
That's a good question, and he
anybody chat.
is.
Yeah, that's.
Let me get a picture of him just so we can touch
A-
bases on.
Anybody in chat knew who Andrew Garner was? That's what it. And that is he a mutant?
Gamer also brings up Dead Presidents. Dead Presidents is a different story altogether. See, see. Here's the thing with Dead Presidents, I can sympathize with Lawrence Tate's character, considering where he came from afterwards, Vietnam, and in the slums, how they treat the veterans. These ladies had no
Yeah,
excuse. They could find they were living
yeah,
they were working their way up with the
they were.
janitorial job.
Yeah,
They didn't
they
need to
were.
ride no damn bank.
They
Well,
didn't. I know many women who have worked many years in fast food. One woman I knew, and still now in the building I work in the subway. She's now the manager. She's an ex-convict. She admitted it,
mhm.
but she got in a program that would train her in food services, and she came in this working at Subway. She's a single mom, but she stayed in it and worked at it, and now she manages the subway in the building. It's closed now, but the building that I work in, she manages the subway. Been there for, oh, how many years she been there? 20, 25 years. But one day she told me her story. Didn't have to rob a bank. She said she started off bad, but she got into a program for convicts about food services,
Ah,
and then worked her way up. Underwood was like, and what is Lash?
he was that monster. He was that
And with that,
monster with the dreadlocks. I'll show you.
oh, okay, okay.
He was forgettable anyways. Lash was like an
Yeah, that's
annoying. he was
That's what I
annoying
said.
to deal
Nobody in
with
the
because
chat.
I'll give you a picture of what he looks like normal, and I'll give you Lash. So that's
I'll
him
take a
in
look
Agents
at
of
it.
Shield.
I'll take a look at it. But it's hard for me because I was not in love with Agents of Shield. All the MCU fans want to take me in an alley and beat me senseless. But I told them I just couldn't get into it. I just could. There were some MCU properties I just couldn't get into, and Agents of Shield was one I just didn't feel I had to really. I never connected to the characters. None of the
I think
superheroes
he
were
was
there.
he was somehow connected with Lash. I think.
Oh, that's what he was. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, thank you all for letting me know he was on there. But I never got into Agents of Shield.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I asked, and he was killed off. Oh, okay, okay. I never got into Agents of Shield. I said I don't need this. You know,
All
it's
right.
just other shows. There were other shows that are on, and Agents of Shield just never appealed to me. The characters were never appealed to me. The acting wasn't great. It wasn't on the level of the MCU films. I think that for some people, they thought that we would follow from the films, we would follow into the Agents of Shield TV show, but
Funny enough, here's the thing about Blair Underwood and why I forgot that he was even in Agents of Shield. He was mustacheless.
Must say.
That's the only way I can
Yeah.
recognize. That's the only way I can recognize Blair Underwood because he's always in most movies I've seen him in. He was always wearing a mustache. Even in Family Reunion, he was wearing a mustache or at least a goatee. Night,
Yep.
Melissa.
Hi, Melissa, thanks for stopping by. Um, do you want to thank
What you gonna
you,
say?
Child of Flower? She said, "Don't bother." Okay, good. I
Oh,
didn't miss anything.
hey Neil, you remember everything in that show?
Yeah, I don't. I don't remember nothing because I didn't watch it. I just couldn't get into it. You know.
Wow.
Oh, he was one of the. He was one of the presidents. Oh,
Mhm. Mhm.
Obama allegory, I guess.
yeah, there was all a lot of those back then. Yeah, but he said just like the CW. Oh, the CW is just an insult to the human race. They
I, w-
don't care nothing about their shows. They are
I
just
will be a little bit lenient with Agents of Shield. I will be lenient with this one. I will say the best seasons were the one with the
Yep.
this one was taking place after the Age of Ultron, so they were in the network,
Hmm.
I believe. That was the best season. Um, I'll tell you the worst season though, the one that introduces the Inhumans.
oh yeah, everybody said that was
Oh
trash.
yeah.
Their allegory for the mutants in the MCU. That's why I said that's why I'm trying to tell everybody stop begging Marvel to bring the X-Men into the MCU. They didn't do a good job in the show.
You don't want the X-Men in the MCU?
No, I don't.
I think they should. No, go
No,
ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I
Go
don't
ahead.
want them. I don't want them anywhere near the X-Men. I don't I don't trust them enough to bring a fully realized X-Men into the MCU, considering how they treated the Inhumans as an allegory to the X-Men in Agents of Shield.
Yeah.
Because they're not gonna bring in our X-Men, not from the '90s, not from the early aughts, and for damn sure not the Chris Claremont versions either.
They. I
Well,
agree with you. Go ahead, Brian.
yeah, I was gonna say that I don't. If we were talking maybe like a few years ago before everything got so woke, maybe you could bring the X Men in, but now, not so much.
I know we talked about it in our phase four studio office fantasy studio office, but
Yeah.
like Marvel Cinematic Universe proper, nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. If it was during the first two phases, I gun ho. But at this point, I guarantee you, whatever they bring in will be wokeified.
because Kevin Feige thinks that's what, and somebody else that works for the MCU gave an interview and talked about how, he thinks diversity is where it's supposed to be at.
Oh, you
Where
know
they're
what,
like they're
child?
trying to
You
flower
know
a
what,
good
child?
point.
You know what, child? I don't call them internals no more. I call them the tokens.
That's so true.
That's a good name for them. That is
The
so true.
tokens.
Oh,
The
yeah.
the two white men
They
that
never
can't
get to
jump.
play.
The unspicy Latina. The confused little white dwarf.
Mhm.
The super powered Asian that knows kung fu and then some.
Mhm.
The Bollywood. Thank you. Come again, Indian. I do not know why. I do not know why we stepped in, but of course our leader said we couldn't do it. There were so many pressing matters that we had to attend to. That's basically
The
his excuse for why they didn't step in, because he's going to be the one that explains the exposition. So he's going to be
yeah.
expository Indian.
Oh yeah.
Did I miss
That
anybody?
let's see now. Did you get
Oh,
the end?
the overly hyped white savior
Yeah. Yeah.
with a special sword, Angela Jolie.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yep.
I think you
Tokens.
need. Yep. And there's a black dude. I don't know what he does. I just call him the black
Oh,
dude that's
oh,
just
oh,
there
oh,
just to be
oh,
there.
oh, unethically appropriated black dude that's super harmless. Surprisingly, that dude is in Sweet Tooth, and I like him better in that show.
I haven't seen
Y-
that show.
Haven't seen it myself.
Uh, if you are how to put this, how are you guys with animal human hybrids? Let me ask you this: how were you guys with the '90s version of Island of Dr. Monroe?
I saw it once on
I've
television.
seen it once.
So you
I've
guys got
seen it once.
strong stomachs, I guess. I'm gonna
I
rule
was
that.
let's just put it like this: with it was on TV, on television. I think it was a day or for work. I had nothing better to do. I just watched it, but I can't tell you it was the best thing I ever saw.
I
No, it's
saw it
not.
once.
Scott, the guy's name is Nanso Anozi. He's got top billing for some reason. Should be the white boy. Anyways, oh, It's got Daniel Ramirez. Nice, nice, nice. I
Well, the
like her.
Eternals don't they have the Stark brothers in it? See, you know what? I think at the time when this was cast, Marvel was thinking we've got the Stark
Oh, I'll take that
brothers.
back. He's not in Eternals. He was in Armus Fowl. Actually,
Oh,
I got that wrong. What, continue what you're saying, because I'm looking up.
I think
Oh, he was in Pan. Cinderella. He was a captain. Son of God. Samson.
yeah, Cinderella. I called him the token black man in Cinderella. It was the gotta have a black person somewhere in there, so we'll make him the captain of the guard. Okay, there we go.
Ender's.
Everybody
He was
be
in
happy.
Ender's Game. Of course, he was Zero. Daxos. Zero's own Daxos. Seaworth. I think his name was. Oh, he was
Well,
in the Gray.
but the tokens, you're definitely right calling it the tokens because that's definitely what it is. But I think at the time I was about to say we have the Stark brothers in here, but I think at the time when they were casting, everybody was in love with Game of Thrones, and then that final season happened. Now,
I must be
Yep.
weird. Mhm. I was about to
what
say,
is
I must be weird because I'm maybe one of 10 people on the earth that has never bothered to watch Game of Thrones at all.
You're
you're not alone.
fine. You're
I'm not. I was
fine.
Brian. I was never a big fan of it either. So you're not the. I don't feel alone on the planet Earth because I knew that I was. Everybody I knew that was in it, but I'm right there with you. But I think at the time that Marvel cast the two Stark brothers, I knew who they are. They probably thought, yeah, but then the finale happened, and the Game of Thrones fans rioted because it went into the toilet, So now I don't
Oh,
know if that's going to work. Yeah, they all said the finale was terrible. It just was, it went woke stupid city. So um now I'm not so sure, but I think at the time that they cast them, they thought that they were going to get an audience because they said we got Stark brothers in it, and they thought Game of Thrones would last forever, but apparently not. And then I read that one of the characters in the film is supposed to be gay, and he has a boyfriend or something, some love story in the Eternals or something, or I don't know. That's what I heard. That
From what I've
Disney was,
seen from just
Marvel
that
was
teaser
proud of that.
alone, it's just going to be a series of flashbacks. Just nothing but flashbacks of all their endeavors. But at the end, we're going to get that dinner scene.
Oh, not that cringeworthy thing.
Yep, that's pretty much how it's probably going to end. It's going to be just them,
The joke that
just
nobody laughed at.
yeah.
well,
I got hot when I heard that.
I did too, because now Steve Rogers is now Captain Rogers. He's not. He's not.
Look, I'm
He's just
okay
Steve.
with them just saying Captain Rogers because at times that denotes respect. I heard many of his comrades said that Captain Rogers. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like even he says that in the first Avengers, it's Captain now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like at least they're respecting the rank to some extent. Pretty soon it's gonna be just Rogers,
Yeah. Yeah.
yep.
and if they keep going further and further with the way how they're treating the name Captain America, this is gonna be called America and then just Captain.
Yeah. Because they don't want to acknowledge Steve Rogers. That's like I said, it's one reason why I hated the Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier, and I call it that still, is because I felt like the show was deconstructing him. They're treating him. They're saying, well, he never really was a hero. He never really was nobody
Oh,
special, or everybody can be special. Man, I hate that. I
And
absolutely
here's the
hate that.
thing. As they're going with this whole what is in the name type of stuff that they're going with,
Mm-hmm.
to those who really catch us in the backwatch, who actually sit through our stuttering and pauses sometimes, or dead air sometimes, at least long enough to hear me say this at times, they're not going to stop with the white folk.
nope.
They're not really going to stop there. They're gonna go with every character, no matter what background it is. They're not going to stop with the white folk. I'm just telling you this right now because they're already doing it with the Latinx.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone? They're doing.
Oh, don't get me started on that. Trust me.
Isn't that the
Yeah.
issue? Is it? I hate to issue it, but isn't that what's going on now with In the Heights? They're
Yep.
angry that the
Well,
film.
you brought that up now. I'm going to talk about that now.
Oh, go right ahead.
Do it.
It's coming from, of all places, the root.
Oh no.
Anybody remember the root? I wouldn't blame you if you don't.
Forget it.
I wouldn't blame you if you don't.
I don't remember the route. You have to jog my memory.
So there are these all black article writing internet news type of thing that talk about race and all that stuff. So they've been very let's just call them sellouts, for lack of a better term, at this point. They sold out so many times to their own race, to the point where I basically just call them propaganda traders. But but Trooper shared on MeWe their article about In the Heights, and of course it comes back down to skin color. What about the Afro Latinx characters? Uh,
Oh boy.
Let me ask
Oh,
you this.
great.
Is that why they feel the film wasn't a hit? Is because, well, you go ahead and continue.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't a hit because it failed on its own. not because it had the right skin tone, but the root was complaining about where the Afro Latinx, where the Afro Latinos,
Oh my goodness.
like where the dark
Jeez.
skin where the dark skinned people at. Bruh, you had freaking what's his face from Kong Skull Island. Who was he in Walking Dead?
I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking about.
I call him Dr. Dre from Strata Compton.
Yeah.
You had homie from Strata Compton, Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre, black dude, a brother in the Heights. You even had a sister there, love interest in the Heights. And you complaining about some Afro Latinos. You the root, ran by black folk. And your concern, wait, let me check again. Because that wasn't really a black person that wrote that article. It was an Afro Latina, apparently, that complained about this. Oh, how is she getting that role then? That's my question. How is she getting the root? Oh, don't answer that. That's rhetorical. Don't any of you guys answer that. That's rhetorical. That's a rhetorical question. Don't answer that. But no, it was written by her. And I was like, okay, why are you even in the root if you're questioning that? Because that's not what the root is really about. They talk about black issues. Last I checked. Last I checked. And I don't see what the heck? Home. Okay, I'm in home. Okay. Much better. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find it.
Well, I like
Because
what you
Trooper did share it.
Well, I
Go
like
ahead.
what you said that the reason that I want to ask people, do you think that maybe the reason this film was a hit is just maybe just wasn't a very good movie? I think people just had this
That or people.
expectation that this was just going to be a great film, but I had no interest in seeing it. But everyone did.
Oh, I was getting many. I was saying
YouTube
this.
going crazy is you need to support the Heights. You need to support it. Is Lindsay
Oh,
Norris? No.
I seen an ad where a whole lot of celebrities were just praising this movie to high heaven.
Yeah.
Even Dwayne Johnson.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, how
Even
much I'm like, Dwayne, how much you want to? Okay, here's true. I found it. I'm gonna click on it. Trying to figure out this person's name. Felice Leon. And it says Linwell. It's the title is let's talk about In the Heights and the erasure of dark skinned Afro Latinx folks. Latinx is not even a real word.
Yeah, it's a made up word. And dopey SJW is made up.
Oh, and here it is. This tagline. Lin Manuel Miranda's hit musical is out soon, but where are all the leading dark skin leading? Okay.
Nani?
Noni.
Well, could it be
Okay.
that just
Listen to
maybe
this. Victoria says, I remember there was an article about where it was mentioned that Lin-Manuel Miranda being sorry for not having dark skin Afro Latino in
he's
cast, especially in lead role.
yeah, he's on the apology tour now. He did. He went on Twitter to apologize to those very people you're talking about that he didn't have, I guess, dark enough Latinos in the role. Movie, he's going to do better. Oh my goodness.
Child said they want some Afro Cubana with pom pom hair to play the main lead and spend 2 hours whining about how life sucks while getting the light skinned boyfriend. Gamer says, I thought In the Heights was just another La La Land. You could say that. It's basically, it's in a way, it's not in the same category as La La Land, but a lot of musicals can be compared to La La Land these days. And Gamer also says, but Latin people, I mean, yeah, they only become important until you add skin tone. They only become important until you add skin tone. Like once you ask skin tone, then they start. Then they cease to matter. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not in this game they play. Cause I'm a black man. I'm important until either I get shot or they consider the woman. So
And
there.
and it's gonna get weird, folks, because Laminuenda is doing the music for the live action race swap version of The Little Mermaid, and he changed all of the songs to hip hop music. So it's nothing going to be hip hop music in the live action version of The Little Mermaid.
So what we got with Aladdin adaptation, live
Yes.
adaptation.
Mm-hmm. He changed all those wonderful songs to they're going to be hip hop. Disney gave him this huge contract or something. They saw Hamilton and hired him and said, "Here, you do everything. You know, you do everything. Just write and do everything." I'm not saying the man is talented, but sheesh, you know, I'm not in love with everything he does. And they told him to write all their musicals from going forth. So I don't know. That's one of them. They gave him this big contract because they figured, well, again, tick in a box, you know, and let him do everything. But now they're not. But they want Disney is getting nervous because they said if In the Heights is not a hit, they may not want to see The Little Mermaid.
I like Aloise's comment here. What people don't understand is that Latinos are mixed people.
I think Eloise hit it right on the head.
What do you got to say about this, Brian? I don't want to make it seem like this is a me and Leia show. And I'm pretty sure you said
Mm-hmm.
enough that you said, but I want you to give your 2 cents about all this stuff.
Admittedly, I'm kind of out of the loop on this particular topic because I haven't really seen the show in question. But I will say that the Latinx thing is just offensive to Latinos at all. Like you try to say that to their face, they will want your head on a platter for it.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But
Whoa,
over
hey, check this out. Sorry, Leia.
read you can read it.
She said, "Remember when Lupita Nyong'o got her Oscar and was criticized for not being a real Latina because her family was from Kenya? Good times. Elaborate on that one."
Oh, that's juicy.
Gamer says, when are we getting the black movie about with rock or pop? Not that I have a problem with rap or R&B. We had Hendrix with Andre 3000 playing the role of Jimi Hendrix. That was a series. I don't know what programming it was on, but that was a thing before this woke garbage came about. What was you gonna
Um,
say, Leia?
I was going to ask Brian, like you said, not familiar with this particular The Heights, but tokenism overall in what you see in some of your favorite properties or film or television or comics or video game. Overall, this agenda of tokenism. You can mention any property maybe that we have not mentioned. You know, your overall view of it.
Well, the simple answer to that is that if I see anything being tokenized, I just ignore it. It's dead to me as soon as they start going there.
Mm-hmm.
And lately, it's been one of the reasons I've been going back to retro gaming as well as some old shows I used to watch as a kid. Like currently, I'm in the middle of watching a Batman the animated series on a Blu-ray whenever I have a moment to do so.
I love
Oh, and
that. I do. I own
oh,
that on
it's
Blu-ray too. That I love Batman the Animated Series. Oh, to me, Brian, to me, it's one of the best interpretations of Batman that I have seen in a long time. Not yet seen a live action version of Batman. I mean, you can differ with me as good as that animated series was. They seem to get him really understand him really good.
oh yes, definitely. And on top of that, most of what I'm playing now in terms of video games is Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and Sega Genesis these days because it was like a much better time before all this nonsense that we got today with it. There's where they just like try to pander to this crowd that frankly doesn't even consume not even just video games but pop culture in general. All they want to do is complain about it just to complain about it.
Eloise says, "I can confirm. I and others hate being referred to as Latinx. I can't even pronounce it. I concur. I hate being referred to as POC. But yeah, I hear that they hate hearing that term.
Yeah, they don't
If,
like that term.
if anything, it's not in their vocabulary. That's why they hate it. It's not in their vocabulary. They're trying to change another culture's language. Sounds very colonizer there.
I was just about to say that it does sound like colonialism on their part.
That's because they don't know, Brian, they don't know what colonialism is. That's the first thing. So they don't know what it is, and that's why they're doing it, because they don't know what it is.
Mhm.
Child also asked she hate being called woman of color.
Oh yeah,
Okay, yeah.
it actually
What's your
goes
take on
back to
that,
when
Leia?
oh, go ahead.
Um, I don't like it either. I mean, I'm black. I don't mind being called black because that is what I am. But
Hmm.
I mean, well, that is what I am as far as the color of my skin. It doesn't define me as a woman. It's just what is the color of my skin. But if you just want to say black, you can say black. You don't have to say woman of color. You can say black. You can say African American. This is what it is. That's what I see. That's what I see in the mirror every morning. But you know, it, women of color is you can just say black people. It's just pure and simple. You know, I know it takes on different connotations, but you don't have to always say it like that.
I'll
I'm
tell you
fine.
why they.
You call me black, I'm fine with it. That's what I am. That's where I
I'll
was
tell you
born.
why they're using that. I'll tell you why.
Why are they going? Was it politically correct or the woke version, or they make it? I'm supposed to feel better.
It's to separate the women from their men. They want to
Oh,
So true.
for a black and it's a click thing. It's a click thing. You want to be with the woke women, you have to separate yourself from the men. So call yourself woman of color.
Oh, good grief.
you may have a point with that, Wolf. That may be a good point. Maybe now I see it now. Now that you told me that, I kind of see it now.
Because I bring this up. I bring this up again because again, you're black until something else of their convenience comes into play. So you're black, but then for you to be part of the sisterhood, you got to put the woman of color
I see it
to be
now.
part of the sisterhood.
hmm
That and God forbid you're Latina too, so you gotta do that too. You gotta be the woman of color of the Latina angle. Same thing with the oh and don't get me started with the Asian side of things, because they're women of color too, unless they want them to be part of the sisterhood, but before then they're Asian, or if somehow Asians do something wrong or do something against the grain, then they're no different than they're no different than white folk. They're the new whites. But unless
Yeah.
they're in the clique, they're women of color now. But before then, they weren't.
Mm.
They want
I
your
really
women.
hate when they say that Asians are white people. Good lord, that's so
I'm just
bigoted
saying.
against.
They, that's why I can feel for why Child of the Flyers hate the word woman of color, because like I said, and I'm not trying to say like I'm having a an answer for everything that you guys are wondering, but like I'm actually observing this as we're going along. They like like Serena even shot that out with her outburst. Did y'all hear that coming out of her mouth?
Yeah, yeah. But
Uh,
they gave her flack for that, didn't they? Though, but they gave her flack for that.
Some of them did.
Oh.
Let's just say she didn't. Let's just say, thankfully, she didn't get what she wanted, whatever it is that
Mm-hmm.
she was getting mad about.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But like, yeah, she did get some flack for it. But what I'm saying was, she was speaking as fast, but I heard it let slip. She says, "I'm a mother and I'm a woman of color." I'm like, girl, before that you was black. You said you was black. Oh, I know full well where you stand. So you're dead to me too. Eloise has another thing to say. She says, "It has always bothered me when people say colored or people of color. I know my history, and it sounds too close to days of Jim Crow. It always bothered me since the day I heard it. I've been on the same path with you. When every time I hear a person of color, like that sounds like color folk. Like you want to call us colorful again. So
I
I call
was
it.
just about to bring that up too. And I used to refer to black people as the coloreds.
hmm We don't serve color folk here.
Mm.
They're gonna
Like
get to that
define
too.
color. It's like
This is a
colored. What are we?
safe,
A trailer box?
but it's gonna be like this is a safe space for for non-binary white folk. There's no people of color here. See how that
Segregation.
translate to? See how that translate to? Like we're all about safe spaces stuff. Yeah, safe spaces that you can control and monitor. Good
Segregation, in other
job.
words.
Good job ushering in the new 1960s.
That's what we're living in now. But again, but they think it's okay because they feel it's okay to hate white, straight, heterosexual. That is what they think is okay prejudice.
They hate
That's
Jews too.
that's
Yeah.
part. That's only just that's they say that's the biggest agenda, but again, think about it like this. Think about it like this. Keep in mind, they say it that way, but there's a lot of things that they hate. A lot of things that they hate. It's not going to stop at white men. They're going to hate female too. Above all else, they hate the female. They hate the word female. They hate the word woman, which is why we got woman X. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like, how do
So
you
they
even pronounce that? That's ridiculous.
so they want, like I said, above all else, I said this to Elijah Brown and one of Professor Streams. I said they want to get rid of above all else, they want to get rid of the gender, woman and female.
Yeah, you're right about that. He's right about that. I didn't see it like that, but that what they don't realize is exactly what they're doing. That is a really good point, and I see that as well in game.
Reason is because, like I said earlier, it's the idea of your femininity is weakness, your womanhood is weakness, your motherhood is weakness. So get rid of it because you don't want to. They're trying to tell you to embrace power and strength. What they're actually teaching these women, specifically women, is and that's no offense to anybody. They are they're really targeting the women mostly, and the women are suffering for it for this cause. But they're teaching these women to embrace the fear and weakness, to embrace tyranny.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment they lose out on their womanhood and motherhood, and I bring this up again, like those who are against this whole nonsense that they keep passing on to, they keep preaching. It's basically us just fighting against neo society's suicide note, largest suicide note on the grand scale.
Yep. That's basically what it is. A large scale suicide note there.
Yep. To quote Castlevania, the Netflix show,
Mm-hmm.
to quote Alucard to Dracula, he says this catastrophe was brought upon by the world's greatest suicide note. I was like, you know what? That ain't further from the truth, brother. I know it's technically not addressing the world at large, but like I'm taking it for what it is, and I'm like, you know what? I hear that, and I'm like, bruh, it just clicked to me. They just want to die. They just want to die because they haven't done it. Like everything that they want to accomplish has already been done. Anything famous that they wanted to get famous off of has already been done. The first female, whatever, the first black female, whatever, it's already been done. That's why we going back to Star Wars: Last Jedi, kill the past. Forget the past, kill if you have to. So you want black people to, this is I'm thinking in a broader sense. I'm saying that they don't. I'm saying this in the broader sense. So they want black folk to kill their history, their cultural history, and
Yeah.
remember only the history. Yeah, but gamer, I'm okay with that. There's a reason why I'm okay with that, which I'll explain later. The whole Isaac race swap. That's I wouldn't call that a race. Wouldn't call that a race swap per se. It's a whole rewriting of a character. I would call it a race swap if Isaac acted exactly and looked exactly like he did in the original game of Curse of Darkness. That's why I'm okay with it because he's a totally different character in the Netflix show than he was in the game. And their character and their friendship, him and Hector's friendship is written differently than it was in the game. So that's why I'm okay with that because Isaac is a totally different character race wise in the Netflix show than he was in the cartoons. That's why I'm okay with it because I actually took time to look at it, instead of judging it for what it was. But yeah, I digress. Where was I going with this? On the broad sense, so yeah, again, they want black folk to forget all the accomplishments that each famous black person had, or at least they're teaching our black children that everything that the civil rights movement done was all for naught because there's still racism led by
Yeah.
led by race hustlers with the same skin color as us. So they're trying to impart that onto the Latinos. Latinos are strong in their culture. Strong. Same thing with Mexicans. Strong in their culture. So there ain't no way they're gonna condition every culture like that to think like that unless they're the sedity Mexican folk that live in the suburbs or whatever, what have you. You know what I'm saying? Or they were able to convince the Pole Mexicans to think like that, which I doubt they're going to do that if if given the chance. But back to the and I said this between me and Trooper that black folk by far in the racial side are the most vulnerable at this point, the most vulnerable. And we did this to ourselves, by the way. We did this to ourselves. We've been bamboozled for too long. Most of us conditioned by the race hustlers to think that we're still fighting. We didn't listen to the ones that did win and continue to win in the end. And yes, we do got a majority of blacks that are successful too, but there are some that are successful that are pushing that race hustle nonsense too. So I call them traitors to our race. At this point, again, we have done this to ourselves. At this point, we let ourselves far too vulnerable. Our black children are lost. Our mothers and fathers are against each other, and worse, the potential mothers and fathers are also competing with each other when they shouldn't be. And that goes for any man, woman of any race. If they get into a relationship, they should not be competing with each other. Never should be. They're supposed to be
Nope.
supporting one another and uplifting one another if need be, but they should never be in competition whatsoever. And that's how the feminists taught us, taught our women to compete with our men, when they should be teaching our women to work with our men. Even after the World War II was done and the women were in the workforce, they should at least taught the women to work with the men, not work against them at all.
Right.
I don't know
Right.
what happened after that, because that's what they were originally were trying to do. That's the whole point. Now they taught their women to work against the men.
Yeah, to compete. Yeah.
You're not supposed to
Yeah.
be competing with the men. You're supposed to if anything, you're supposed to be competing with the women who are trying to take your man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying you should be that overly jealous woman protecting your man. I'm saying just make sure that you make sure that your household is in order, because that's your role as the homemaker, not the home wrecker. And anyone that's trying to wreck your home is a weak woman that's looking for a man to leech off of and steal from another woman. Weak woman. So you got that poured into our black women, because the black women want to be seen So for them to embrace the feminist side, they had to compete against their black men
Right.
who protected their black women at all times when it came down to the racism in America at the time of the 60s. There was a black man that protected his black woman against a racist, whether it was a fist
Oh yeah.
or whether it was his words. Now they competed against the black man. They took away the financial responsibility of the black man. So
Mm.
food stamps, baby daddy status, sugar daddy status, and child support status ruined the black man, ruined the black woman,
Yep.
left the children vulnerable to predators of any form, family member,
And today,
friends, gang violence. And I'm not talking about sexual predators. I'm talking about predators of any kind, drug dealers, gangs. Put them in a vulnerable position and let them out to the wolves. No, no, no order of protection for their children. Then you got the white woman who wants to be superior to everybody.
Yes.
Everybody.
Oh my
Got
oh,
God,
this
say that
big
now.
head. You got
The
this
Brie
big headed,
Larsons of the world.
the big headed white women
parents.
that think that they're superior to everybody, even though they're trying to be, even though they when you crowd them, back them into a corner. What did I do to you? I was trying to save you. You know, they whine, they cry murder when the minority strikes back, or any other minority. So that's my rant there for this how the, I'm saying, like, going back to what you guys are saying, child, Leia, the woman of color situation. It really boils down to the female. I'm not saying all females are wrong, or all females are the cause of the world's problems. Yes, men have a hand in this too. Not gonna push that aside, if you will. Not saying you guys are the evil of the world either, by the way. But some of the society changes that we're seeing that's basically a native was perpetuated by the woman who had this idea that she's supposed to be ruling the world, if you will.
A
Does
regular
that
queen bee.
does that make sense? Did that make sense to anybody? Any
Oh
ladies
yes.
in the chats?
Yes.
This was
Yes.
perpetuated by a woman who wanted to rule the world, who thinks she can rule the world.
Yes. All of a sudden,
Yep.
she used to be about good music and dancing and fun and being bootylicious. Now it's all political now. Now I want to empower women and being empowered and
Until they become a thorn to the side,
yes.
then they're trying to turn the world into a hyena matriarchy. And I think I did explain how the hyena matriarchy works. Did I, or do I need to go over that real quick? And
I
So like,
and stop me if this sounds familiar. I'll explain it. Stop me if this sounds familiar. So I call the hyena pride a matriarchy, right? It's
hmm?
ruled by the dominant female and the princess, which is the next in line to be the dominant female. You know what I'm saying? Should the dominant female dies, all the males try to kill the princess. If she's lucky, she can run away, and she can get away, and she can start her own pride by killing another dominant female. It's like a vicious cycle, by the way. Here's the kicker, Brian, because I know Leia just dipped out real quick. But here's the
Yeah.
kicker:
Right.
the males are genetically enslaved to the women of the hyena pack. They have to listen. They have to follow.
Hmm.
They're really they're really by nature conditioned to follow the females. The females are more aggressive, far stronger than the males. They even have the other types of hyenas, spotted hyenas specifically, have the females are in a way trans. They're both intersex.
Mm. Yeah. So,
I've seen it. Actually, I seen it happen in nature documentary. One of the a lion kills a dominant female of the hyena pride, and they chase after the daughter. The daughter managed to survive though. She would have been killed if she didn't get away in time. They attacked her, snatched at her, and you know hyenas got the strongest bite force. By the way, oh,
oh
and
yeah.
they wake up eyes open and aggressive at birth because apparently the hyenas have the highest estrogen, male and female. That let that bake in your noodle. Highest
Oh
estrogen, and they leave the womb fighting each other.
yeah. Ooh. That's crazy.
Yeah, I learned that from Animal Planet of all places. Back when Animal Planet talked about animals instead of Turtle Man. Mind you, I
It's
love
so
Turtle Man. I love Turtle Man. Yee, 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 yee. That's live action. Uh,
it's
but
so
yeah.
true though. Is they want to be on top of, like, they don't want to be equals to men. They want to rule over men, just like how it works in
Mm.
the hyena pride that you mentioned.
Yeah, that's why I call them hyenas too. Oh, just another bunch
It's
of
also
hyena, just a bunch of angry
it's appropriate that
hyenas.
they, it's appropriate that you call them that because they're also scavengers, where they just pick at all the corpses they find.
Hmm. Victoria has a question. I hope Leia can come back in time, or at least if she does, I'll keep this highlighted so that she can check it out. She says, "Do you guys think that girly girl are being treated bad in media? There are some YouTuber that says girly girl are usually ones seen as bad things in media. Yes,
Oh
yes.
yes.
I used to hate on the girly girl too, but that's the programming I fought against over time because I used to be I like to think that I was programmed to hate the girly girl. Now I embrace the girly girl
Mm-hmm.
along with the tomboy. Like I still love the tomboy, but I also at the same time embrace the girly girl, especially if
Mm-hmm.
she's well written. And I look back to the girly girls, I'm like, you know something? The girly girls wasn't all that bad.
Nope.
To, to be honest, same thing with like you got the like Sky High, Caitlyn of all people was in that movie. She was a hippie girl with the powers of to control plants and stuff. She was the girly girl. Ended up with the hot guy in the end. Uh, the bad girl was the girly girl, but she ends up being beaten. Played by Mary Elizabeth Winstead, Ramona Flowers,
Mm-hmm.
until she became Huntress in that terrible Harley Quinn movie.
Oh
That
yes.
poor thing. She did not deserve that. Same thing with Yvette from Smart Guy. Was it? No, the girl from East Bayou. She was in that movie too. I was like, you dug her up for this movie? That's a terrible Black Canary, by the way. Welcome back,
Yeah,
Leia.
yes, I had to dip out for a second because I've got a few more minutes with you guys, and then I gotta head out. That's what I was checking
You
on.
know
But
something? I'm exhausting my voice. I should start wrapping it up too.
can I say
But
one
Yeah.
thing about
yeah,
Black Canary? I because I heard a little bit of what you were saying about Black Canary. That whole
yeah.
interpretation of Black Canary, that whole movie just sucks. That whole movie sucks. It's
Oh.
garbage. It's trash. Black Canary is one of my favorite DC characters, and the way they did that was just made no sense at all. I think it was written by some insecure women. I think that's all it
Mhm,
was. I think some
mhm.
insecure women wrote that screenplay. It made it seem like these women are in power, but I
I
think
direct
it
this
was really
question to you too
movie.
as well, Leia. This question by Victoria Fegbau.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do you guys think that girly girls are being treated bad in the media? that say girly girls are usually ones seen as bad things. Yes, yes. It's called being a woman. Feminine, femininity is being attacked by these insecure fembots who are insecure with their own lives, and so they're
Oh yeah.
attacking feminine. They feel because they're well, I don't know if I can say tits, but they're
You can say it.
they're okay.
I said a lot of crassness. I'm serious, guys.
Oh,
If I go with the crassness, I try to be as classy as I can with the crassness. But if you guys want to be crass, be my guest.
They hate the fact they have small tits, so they want everybody else to have small tits. Not picking on anybody that does. It's not a problem, but it's there. It's a lot of it is their own insecurities. They don't have any breasts, so everybody else can't have breasts. Now they think it's like you said. They think it's sexist, or they have to look more like me, or they don't have a supermodel figure, so I'm going to make them unattractive like me. They're writing themselves, and it shows you how they see themselves. And that Birds of Prey film, like I said, Black Canary was one of my favorite characters. I'm like, Black Canary
I'm
ain't black.
fighting the male gaze.
Yeah, find them. Yeah, the male gaze because they
Margot,
don't.
I used to like you.
I did too.
I'm like,
The
I'm like,
stupid.
I'm like, what's his name from I'm like, what's his name from Hangover, right? Ha ha ha! Shut up.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, I look good for myself, but if a man want to stare, hey, go right ahead. There ain't no shame in my game. So that's what God put the man on this earth to do. But this it's insecure. They're Child of Flower has a good point too. Is idiots or weak? Yeah, they. I think it's their own. It's their insecurities. It's their own insecurity that they don't live up to a standard of beauty, and so they just try to they drop everything down to their level. So, like I said, they're mad because they don't have tits, so other women can't have tits, or they don't have their behind is not big
I'm
enough or small
admiring.
enough,
I'm
so they think
admiring.
everybody else should be that way. I want to
I'm
see
saying
Black Canary in her leather in her bodysuit and her leather jacket, the way
you
she's
did
supposed
get
to be
that
in the
in
comic.
Arrow.
Yeah, but Black Canary was a joke again. Though that wasn't Black Canary.
No, it
That
wasn't.
was that wasn't Black Canary. That was somebody using the name, but that wasn't Black Canary at all. I don't know how anybody can excuse that film. I don't know anybody can do that.
I'm talking about in Arrow. There was two Black Canaries actually three now. Jeez, it's far too many Black Canaries than we needed.
Exactly.
Like the work. No, here's the worst offender about Arrow though. As much as I like the character Dinah in Arrow, Dinah, she's not Dinah Lance, but she's Dinah something. But she was the Dinah from the comics with the Canary Cry, um, and everything. But she was also Latina, and her first start was her screaming out about how bad men are. I was like, oh no, can you
Oh,
look? I'm willing to like this character. Can you take that out of her character, please? They finally did. Thank goodness for that. She started working for the police force and everything and whatnot. She wasn't really she was very flawed, to say the least. So they were working really well. But I started oh, before you go, gamer, I like that. I was admiring your comment here. They saw Ramona Flowers and felt so empowered in a movie made in Hollywood. That's a song he was quoting. It's a fun song. It's called Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim ruined a generation of women. Yeah, y'all. If you get a chance, check that out.
I'll check that out. But like I said, I got to start wrapping up because here
Yeah,
it's on
we
the
all
East
should do.
Coast, so where I live
So
at. It's
before we wrap
nine
up, let
fifty.
me take the last comment from Victoria Fagball. She said some YouTuber point out sometime they will have it where women will grow out of being girly girl. Femininity, period. They don't want them to be mothers. They don't want to be they want them to be breadwinners but not mothers. So goodbye for the uh so goodbye to the mothers. embrace breadwinners, but like I said, if we put them in their own society together, like these SJ hobos, put them in the in their little island off away from our country, right? There is no way they're going to survive without reproducing. No way.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
The I will say this: the bisexuals are not going to be okay with that idea of using their eggs if they're a woman, mind you. These faux lesbians, faux gays, and these soy boy peggers that like to be pegged in the behind are not going to
Oh
sit
yeah.
are not going to not going to embrace the idea of child rearing. And if most of these say for instance if these people do get pregnant, they'll just abort them because that's empowering to them. They'll just abort them.
Yeah, sadly, I think you're
Oh,
right.
These agreeable
Sadly.
soy boys are going to be okay with it because her body, her choice, of course. The
mm,
the transgenders are not going to be open to that because their equipment ain't going to work after all that surgery with that equipment.
mm-hmm.
The ones that are claimed to be transgender but don't put in the work will be they're openly rapists. But of course these cucks are gonna make excuses for them. So there's
Oh
that.
yeah.
And again, contraceptives are not going to be a thing, a mandate for them. So they're going to forget their after morning pill. But say a rapist who identifies as a woman rapes one of these SJ hobo girls. Oh, I was raped, so I'll terminate the pregnancy. Okay. And again,
Yeah.
back to the bisexuals, they're not going to be open for it. But the moment say somebody would dare take advantage of them, all you gotta do is identify as a woman or non-binary, and they're protected. So yeah, they're doomed to failure. They'll grow old and die, never to reproduce children. And if by some miracle, if they do reproduce children, those children are not going to survive anyways at all because most of them are anti-vaxxers unless it's conveniently told by the government to vaccinate. Yes, I said that. So
Yep.
so good luck on raising children on diseases that you would need a fully tested vaccine to really fight against, or worse, you're going to vaccinate your children so much that their immune system is not going to be it's going to be weakened at that point, very weakened, heavily weakened. So they're not going to
Mm-hmm.
survive through the cold or summer. These people are all about loving and screwing the trees. That they're not gonna dig up crops for themselves because that will be hurting the earth. So
Right.
they'll starve because I'm not gonna be affording my taxpayer money to ship off food to them. And me again speaking me as a benevolent dictator. If I was running this country, I will be shipping them off there. That I'm like, sorry guys, that's where your taxpayer money went to kick these guys off this country and have their big old islands so that they can live in their utopia. So I will be transparent about that. Like, yeah, that's where your money went for a time, but I will assure you, your money is not going to go to feeding them or clothing them or bathing them. They'll be figuring that out themselves, by the way. So they don't have to grow crops by themselves, but they don't want to plow the ground because that will be hurting the land. But you got seeds and you don't and you need soil to plant seeds, but you're not gonna hurt the ground. Okay. Good luck on feeding. They're not gonna hunt game if there's game on the island, mind you, because
Nope.
animal rights matter. Animal lives matter. Animal lives matter. We can't kill the nice animals because that would be hurting their feelings. So they're not going to get their protein, obviously. This, like I said, if we leave them, that's why I'm glad that A lot of us are fighting the good fight against these nutsos. Cause yeah, they're fighting this to an extinction level event that they keep prophesizing for, but they're manufacturing it at this point, either intentionally or unintentionally. They're manufacturing an extinction level event for the human race, which we didn't sign up for at all. That's why we're fighting back on, especially when we are so well learned on our history, so well versed in our language, so well versed in our athleticism, and so well knowledgeable to some extent to our healthy causes. But above all else, we are strengthened by our moral principles and standards. Despite what I say about myself, I do have standards and I do have moral principles. Best believe that. So I leave this message to you guys. I've been to the mountaintop. I've seen what I've seen. And all nations need to rise up and take arms against this plague of SJ hobo-ness. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
But
well,
it,
I'm
but yeah, go ahead, Leia. You know what? Let's start wrapping it up. So
yes, sure.
Yeah.
I'm on your time, Leia. So let me start wrapping things up. I don't want to keep you guys So thanks for everybody for being here. Thanks for the new people who've been here, especially well, Gamer has been here a second time, so he's technically not new. But thank you, Child of Flower. I think I said Child of the Flower for joining us today. As per Leia's encouragement. So thank you, Leia, for bringing in some new viewers, doing your due diligence as a Leia Valor there. So thank you for participating, everybody. Give me your thoughts. I know I went too long about the Black Panther rewrite, but it seems like everybody loved that rewrite and my explanations there. We'll do a part 2 of this. Hopefully we'll have Trooper
Yeah.
and Schooner, and of course the Maverick Hunter Saint here as well. Again, hopefully we'll get you back. So Brian Gilmartin, sign us out.
And so good night, everybody. Have a nice night and peace out.
And the lovely Lady of Valor.
As well, this is the lovely Leia Valor, Leia Plus Size. I want to thank everybody for joining us this evening. Everybody that stuck around. Child of Flower, thank you so much for showing up. And we hope we get to see more of you in this stream. Please, we'll be more than happy to leave any comments you want to leave below. If there's anything we missed, please mention it. If you have any ideas for future topics you'd like to see us discuss here with Wolf 10 Media, please leave it in the comments below. And like I said, I hope that some of you will be back with us on Tuesday. I don't Wolf, what is the topic for Tuesday? I forgot.
Topic for Tuesday will be give me a sec. For next Tuesday, we're doing romance.
So, all right. So, if you're free to join us for Tuesdays, we'd love to have all of you back.
All right, then. Again, this has been your Wolf Commander. I'm your werewolf, and you are the UN Spacey.